Okay, let's get everybody in place that needs to be.
Where you sit?
Okay, good morning. The date is June 24, 2026, and the time is 10 o'clock a.m., and I hereby call to order the meeting of the City Council of the City of Groveland, Florida. Travis, will you please take the roll?
Mayor Keith Keogh.
Here.
Vice Mayor Barbara Gaines.
Here.
Councilmember Amy Jo Carroll.
Here.
Councilmember Michael J. Cox.
Here.
Councilmember Stephen Shikowski. Interim City Manager Tim Maslow.
Here.
Sergeant at Arms Sammy Anderson. Deputy City Clerk Travis Jackson. Present.
Right, thank you. We have some housekeeping things real quick on your agenda. We're going to move 4 up to 1, and 1 and 4 are going to be presented together.
Correct. Yeah.
That would be financial health overview and the utilities enterprise fund, because everything else kind of falls in behind that.
Yes.
So if we can, if that's okay with our presenters, it's okay. We'll move forward with 4 and 1 together. And Mr. Maslow?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you so much for being here. This is our first official budget workshop meeting of the summer here. So we'll have a few of these. Last year, you may recall going through this process, except Councilman Jay Cox, but we had a series of budget workshops, one almost every couple of weeks there. So with just about every department, sometimes multiple times leading up to the budget adoption. We're going to get into the calendar with you later on in the meeting. But there are a couple things that were not brought up as part of the budget process last year, and that was utilities. We didn't get a presentation from utilities. Obviously, a big part of the machine here in terms of the city local government. It is an enterprise fund. It's separate from our general fund. So we want to make sure that we gave you some time to get some exposure to ongoing operations, and then also planned capital improvements that are either this year or coming years. You're going to see the financial part of it. So you have a mix. We could do some introductions here, but you have Ben and Rich from Woodard and Curran. I'll let them introduce themselves and kind of what they do on a daily basis. But then we also have, obviously, TJ Fish, Public Works and Transportation and Utilities Director. And then you also have April from Budgeting and Finance, and Mike Fitzgerald, who we're still waiting on. He should be over here momentarily, from Clarion, and he's been providing our financial advisory consulting services lately. So with that said, Ben, do you want to start with you? And you could do an introduction. We'll just work our way down.
Absolutely. Good morning. I am Ben Von Hars with Woodard and Curran. I am your project manager for the operations of your water, wastewater systems, your utilities. I think that's about it. Pretty simple.
And Ben is joined with his assistant manager, Trevor Powell, who is also integral to our leadership team for operating and managing the system. And you know me as the director of the department. I want to clarify, and I'll mention this again, but I think repetition sometimes is the key to helping the education or engagement process, that Ben and Trevor are under, and I'm doing this right off the bat on purpose, they are under a contract that's been in effect since October 1st, 2019 to operate and manage. That's that part of Woodard and Curran. Although the same company holds separate part of the company, Rich Niles. So he is serving us in terms of helping our develop our projects within the city, and he's really a jack of all trades of connecting all the dots of everything Woodard and Curran does, because he's the bridge between the O&M guys. He has a planning and engineering team that helps us with evaluating our system along the way of any engineering issues come up. There's also been some work that he's involved in capital projects. And Rich was the point person since 2020 that's been the developer with me of the utility master plan. And so you'll hear more about that. And then on top of all that, we have the Woodard and Curran Physical Solutions team, which is the group that's helped us be successful as a city and as a utility system in those ultra-low interest loans and the various opportunities that we'll show you here in a moment. So I wanted to take advantage of that just to outline Woodard and Kern a little bit as we jump into the presentation. Today we're going to go over the utilities as a whole and how that impacts your enterprise fund. The summary of funds that we'll provide you, I want to qualify everything today. It is June 24th. We still have a whole quarter of the year to run utilities. We're still posting revenues from collections from the April bill for people paying their utility bills. So the moving target of posting revenues and being able to do projections and so forth, I want you all to be aware of that as we go through it, that we're giving you the best available data we have today. We're going to talk about something very significant to Groveland, and that is our capital needs and the backlog that has been identified for the 7 years that I've been involved in this project of running utilities. So when we get into this backlog, and I will repeat myself on purpose, we're addressing decades of neglect and lack of maintenance of getting that caught up while we're also dealing with a high growth environment with new building. We want to give you some good news. We want to talk about the capital projects we've already accomplished and the ones that are about to wrap up, and then we're going to go into the ones that are literally going under construction now, and a couple more that we still have some planning and financial strategization to do. And then at the end, we are happy to discuss. I have enough slides here with the team that we want to keep it moving. Of course, you can always stop us with questions, but we will definitely be prepared for a discussion at the end of the presentation. So, recapping a little bit further, 2019, that is the year that Woodard and Kern came on board. There was a year-long process that the city engaged in evaluating, should we sell the utilities and let a private entity come in and just run them and deal with the business? That meant Groveland would no longer own assets or collect revenues. That company would have. Another option was considered. How about we outsource operation and management of the system to a company that specializes in that? And what that brought to the table when that decision was made is, instead of city staff attempting to continue to recruit or find certified, qualified people to run our utilities, we had a turnkey operation offered to us that Woodard and Curran hired every person that was on staff that they felt like was appropriate to be on their team, and the people that were not hired went to other roles in the city or freed up their future and moved on. And so that has been a huge boost for Groveland, is the experiences that the community was having pre-2019 were, if you can believe it or not, more stressful than what maybe you have experienced so far as elected officials. So when I say aging facilities, we are talking about, for example, a couple of weeks ago with the issue in the coloration of the water, we're talking about a location that got especially hit because the old system was meeting up at that same location with the new system. And that is a very real thing here in Groveland. You've got 1960s to 2000 little footprint of Groveland of 4,000 to 5,000 people. And then you've got the fact that now there's 26,000, and it's that huge 60 square mile service area that you all are familiar with the land use plan. So we want to talk about our water withdrawal. Back in 2019, we were dealing with our consumptive use permit, then still continue to have to deal with the state every year at some level on our consumptive use permit for drinking water. But that was the year in 2019 that contract operations began, and completely separate through a competitive process the next year. Some firms, one of them was half and one of them was Woodard and Curran, shortlisted for selection. The utility master plan was handed over to Woodard and Curran at that time through a committee process. So that was a 2-year effort to put together the master plan. The first thing, for 1 year, all we focused on is existing needs that affect the existing customers, the people that have historically been here, that were here In 2021, we submitted 2 facilities plans to the state. And why is that so important? It was a lot of work. It was a year of work, but it's that extra effort that created the eligibility for the city to access these funds that have become so critical to our financial plan. And that includes, yes, the very low interest loans for existing needs, but also some grant opportunities were created along the way simply because we followed the state agency process of putting together a drinking water facilities plan and separately putting together a clean water plan. And that clean water plan was both your sewer system and your reclaim systems. So from there, those were adopted in 2021. That really helped boost our eligibility, and we began working on the next stage, which is getting, after the planning was done, designing the projects that were identified in those facilities plans. And we were eligible for both are the low interest loans, and there's a little special word that the state uses that sounds a lot like a grant, and to me it is, but they have a program under the state revolving fund loan program called principal forgiveness. And that's when they say, well, we're going to give you a loan agreement, but for these reasons, we're going to forgive some of the principal that you're not going to have to pay back, which is, in essence, a grant. And we'll talk about how we've been successful doing that very thing. As far as the master plan itself, year 1 was focused on existing, and a lot of what you've been hearing about since you've been elected, each one of you, has been existing need projects. But we also looked at the growth needs. We took the future land use plan that Community and Economic Development did under the leadership of Mr. Maslow, and we said, a lot of communities like to use growth rates. It's like a planning thing. Oh, we expect 3%, 4%, whatever it may be. We took a slightly different approach. We said, let's look at the actual annexed land of Groveland that is still vacant and able to develop under the future land use designations and entitlements. And that meant we went to every PUD, we went to every area that was zoned under the new comprehensive plan as town, village, or hamlet, and we were able to derive a very fair estimate of future housing units based on that. So that helped lead us to where the major areas where we do have growth areas, where we needed to be planning. And no surprise to anybody in the room, it's predominantly in the north part of Groveland, around the Turnpike US 27 area, and substantially driven by 2 large land holdings, Bright Hill and Villa City PUD. So that was year 2, we got that part done, and bear in mind, the state treats it differently. We have to make a certain case for existing needs to be successful, and they don't fund growth. So we have to be real creative about how we get the money when it's tied to new homes that haven't built yet. So one of the things that we took very seriously in this master plan I want to emphasize is we tied it to the comprehensive plan and the fact that by law, the plan is supposed to account for all the things I just discussed. So I feel good that we did that, and as we did it, we looked at from a growth management standpoint, from a funding standpoint, from a conservation policy standpoint, thinking about our CUP, knowing that we're expected to have alternative water supply, which for Groveland right now is your reclaim system. And if you live in Waterside Point, you've got Crystal Lake as an alternative water supply. I'm showing you this on purpose, because does it look complicated? Because it sure does to me. Well, that's your utility system. And that one was done as part of the master plan. That was in 2022. At that time, in those little boxes, we showed 60 existing lift stations then. We now have 69, and that's reflective of the growth that's occurred since 2022. So in 4 years, we've added 9 more lift stations. And when you're running a sewer system, each lift station matters. 18 proposed stations that were identified in the master plan, and some of those are moving forward now, like the Bright Hill development. And there are a few others along the way we've seen build out along the Wilson Lake Parkway with Hidden Ridge and Meadow Point and some other developments. So from 4 years ago, this has expanded. Okay, it's messing with me now. And it's going the completely opposite direction. IT, please help me. That's Rich. If you could go backwards, it started jumping about 5 slides. Is that where we are? There we go. Almost. There, okay. I'll be patient this time. So I already covered this at the opening, but I wanted to emphasize the partnership. And I'm saying this from working now coming up on the 8th year. There are plenty of consultants and vendors that the city interacts with. And a lot of the contractors we interact with are very contract focused, and we just follow the contract. With Woodard and Curran, I will say it's more of a partnership approach that for the O&M team, you know, we currently have 28 positions under that O&M contract. They are all right here in Groveland. Some of them live in Groveland, some of them live near Groveland, but the point is they're here, you know, as part of their day-to-day job. And then we talked about Rich and his role, along with Justin and others on the consulting team for planning, design, construction, administration. Not part of the O&M team, but the good news for me is I don't have to worry about added expense of having these two groups talk to each other. It's built into the relationship within Woodard and Curran. If I hired an engineering firm to do certain work, they would charge me billable hours just to talk to these guys. And we don't have to worry about that. And then finally, physical solutions, I just have to emphasize, when you see the numbers, they are a very important part of the team. There's 6 of them, and they you are here in Florida up in the Panhandle, and they've been very successful in the relationships we've built with DEP and the Water Management District. So that's the background on Woodard and Curran and the partnership, and I'm going to attempt to move this forward again. And it goes backwards. There we go. All right, so I'm back to repeating just a little. How did we get here? So we're dealing with all these existing needs that are part of years of being a small town, not doing proper maintenance, neglecting some things. Those needs have built up over time. We've been successfully addressing many of them the last 7 years, attempting to improve or at least maintain levels of service while dealing with massive growth. And again, 40% of the current customers that are your constituents have arrived here since this all began in 2019. So back in 2019 also, and no coincidence coinciding with the decision to outsource operation and management, the city, under new leadership at that time, I think the city manager had been on board about a year, there had been a rate study that previous staff had procured that was conducted in 2017 and sat for 2 years. And it was, instead of paying to do a whole new study, what the option that was put into motion selected was to take that 2017 study. Council adopted the first rate increase in several years. It was the first time that water rates had been increased in 17 years, and it had been 7 years since sewer rates had been adjusted. Now, that study was nothing even in comparison to the depth that the Raftella study went into in the 2024 study. That study was by a different company. It was already outdated by the time this action was taken in 2019, but it was a step. So then we get into 2023 is when we procured Raftellis and got them started on both the rate study and an impact fee study to see how it all works together based on that utility master plan. How do we address these existing needs? And then we've identified a couple of growth projects for the future that we need to find ways to be able to fund. And so the 2024 rate study, it got very deep into that, and it proposed what was pretty dramatic at the time, an overall rate structure increase of 40%. And I always say that because right now you're dealing with a very straightforward part of the ordinance that was adopted on the rates to do a 10% and a 10% and a 10%. Well, those are straight up 10% increases for everybody. When the 40% rate design went into effect, that increase, that was not 40% per customer. It was 40% overall, hit commercial customers and high users the most, And for people that do not use a lot of water, the good news was we lowered our base fee for everybody, and we only charged you, instead of giving away the first 4,000 gallons, which was a very old and outdated policy, it lowered the base rate for people, and it truly charged you just for each 1,000 gallons you used. So that was the good side of the rate study beyond the 40%. And I will mention, other than people not liking to see rates go up, one of the big comments that was made repeatedly that I want to emphasize today is, why did you wait so long to do this instead of just doing a little bit each year? And part of that answer also involves, between 2019 and 2024, we were getting over the pandemic. And we went for 2+ years of not cutting people off of their utilities because we didn't want to shut people off during the pandemic. And so rates and collections were definitely affected during that period, but come 2024, the ordinances were adopted, one to adopt the study and to adopt the new impact fee rates. That was 2024-4. And then ordinance 2024-5, adopted in August of 24, made effective the new rates October 1st. So what was very clear in the study that is part of the theme today, and others will speak to this, is it was clear revenues were not adequate at all prior to this rate structure of being able to cover your operational cost, dealing with the backlog that already existed, and then still meeting what would be debt service requirements and your reserve fund requirements. So with that said, it was understood that that's what we were dealing with. And for those of you that may not have been part of it, we literally had to send the signed ordinance of Ordinance 2024-5, the new rate structure. The council adopted it in August. The next morning, we sent it to DEP with signatures. And then they said, okay, now we'll give you a loan agreement for the Sampe wastewater plant and the Sunshine Project. They were not even going to loan the city money. This changed that. So the meter replacement program, I'll add here of, how do we get here? You dealt with the rate increases. We are seeing revenues trending properly now, more in line with the Raftella study. And we're just now getting to enjoy those trend data points of seeing, all right, how much is the meter replacement program improving revenues? The meters started, the project started last year. It was a multi-month project. As of last month in May, they were down to the last 200 meters to be replaced, and that's now happening. And so now we're getting to see revenues coming in over these next few months that are enjoying this investment in 5,000 meters. The reserve requirement, DEP on these loans requires 15%. You have, as far as in policy, a 20% requirement. We've never met that until this year, not as long as I've been here. So now we actually have a reserve that is absolutely needed for multi-year planning. And then other extensive list of unfunded capital needs that you'll hear a little bit from. So I've been doing most of the talking, and we get to hear from other people as we go, but that has set the stage today of part of what we're dealing with. And I will continue to enjoy this remote. No, it's just suddenly, oh, what? I didn't touch it. Okay. The outside funding thus far. Now, the original amounts of these agreements, that's what you've actually executed. I know there's more things pending and there's more that may happen based on council decisions, but right now, this is what is actually committed, and it includes the Villa City planning and design for that plant. We did have to take out a loan for the planning and design. Good news is we're getting the construction paid for with a grant. Downtown water main and the water replacement project, those are two projects paid for out of a drinking water loan. Why a loan? It was existing needs that the state determined, yes, we'll loan you the money, and you see it's loaned out at 2.35%. Then there is the work that is underway now at both the Sampe and the Sunshine plants Sampe, huge project, $49 million to modernize that old plant and expand it. Basically, the design is doubling it. They're going to permit us for another 670,000 gallons, but that is well underway, will be finished up next year. The Sunshine Reclaim Project, this is the one that's going to boost all the pressure in the north part of the city for irrigation. That one will be going under construction later this summer. And that's all covered under a loan for construction. So we got an initial loan of $1.9 million for the planning and design services, and then now we're under construction with the $45 million loan total. We had to go through this mandate from DEP. We borrowed a little bit of money for the lead service line replacement. All that planning, we executed that project, closed it out, but that's one that's on the books. Okay, outside funding. This is exciting. And Rich, I'm going to let you enumerate this one because I'm going to stop talking for a minute.
All right, give your voice a break. Okay, so this is a summary of all the grants and agreements that have been secured that are pledged towards these projects. So the one at the top is the Villa City Drinking Water Construction Project. That's a $25.7 million grant. That's funding the Villa City plant development, the wells, and the water main that's going to connect to the existing system. So that's a major project. It's fortunate that we're able to leverage that amount of funding, and that was approved through a SOFI grant. That's the Hurricane Relief Grant funding. The next one is the Wastewater Facility Planning and Design and Construction Grant. That's a $19 million grant dedicated to wastewater planning. Now, the interesting thing, we'll talk a little bit more later on about this, is the DEP later determined earlier this year, a couple months ago actually, back it was March, TJ? Yep. That money was going to be used for planning for future needs at a new facility. And we've talked about the Northern Water Reclamation Facility. They pivoted and said that the Sunshine plant doesn't fall enough within a flood zone, didn't have enough impact. So the hurricane and disaster, the resilience funding for that facility was no longer eligible. However, they're allowing you guys to use the money towards planning, and I'll have the detailed summary towards the end of the presentation, towards planning that has been done, planning that is being done now, to kind of pivot and look at your existing collection system throughout the city to address infiltration, inflow, and manage capacity so that we don't have peak flow issues at the two existing plants. So that $19 million is still reserved and allowed to be used if we can demonstrate the need. So we're going to look back through the capital plan. We're going to develop a new facility plan that's going to evaluate those needs, and then we can access that $19 million in grants still. So for now, we're going to use about 1.2 of that for the planning activities. And that's going to do inspection and evaluation of the collection system for sewer. So that one probably warrants a little more discussion towards the end so you guys understand it more. But the next is the Sampe wastewater plant construction. This is a pure grant that's contributing to the cost of the expansion project. And then we have Mascot's capacity payment. So there's an MOU with the city of Mascot that's pending, and they are leveraging grant money and loan, as you can see in those two agreements there, for $7.7 million to pay for the capacity reservation that's in the existing interlocal agreement for 275,000 gallons per day. And then you have the design grant. So this was Sampe and Sunshine Design. So TJ showed in the prior slide that we have a loan agreement for some of this. This is the principal forgiveness portion of that you see here. And then we have the Lower Florida Aquifer wells at Villa City, Sunshine. That was a district, St. John's Water Management District cost share grant, 50-50 cost share grant. So that's the grant amount that you received, and then the city paid for the other half of that through impact fees. Then we have additional planning related to the Villa City site. That was another grant. We have additional Sampe and Sunshine planning work that's been done, the lead service line planning. So in the prior slide, you saw the loan portion. So that agreement was a loan and grant portion. So this is the grant portion of that, so it was about half of that. And then the vulnerability assessment was a pure grant, and some of these are small, but they all help, and they all add up to quite a bit. So you've leveraged $66.6 million in total grant monies, which is actually more than you're borrowing currently. So we've taken advantage of when Groveland was less than 20,000 people, you were eligible for more principal forgiveness and grant money. You're still eligible now, but we just have to look at different programs. And so there's a lot of programs that are out there, and we've been able to successfully secure this funding. So these are all under agreements, and you can see the list of the agreement numbers right there.
What I'm particularly proud of, because my favorite part of the job is getting the magic money, is the fact that on such a major project as Sampe, where the contract for construction, is almost a $50 million contract, that we've been able to bring basically almost $18 million to that project between the two different levels of grants that total up to that 8.5 that you see in line 3. One of those was a $6.5 million grant, and then followed last year with a $2 million legislative appropriation. And I'm really proud of the fact that we've been successful at getting legislative appropriations. Part of the reason we're successful is we ask for the right dollar amounts. We don't ask for too little, and we don't ask for too much. So last year, $2 million was a sweet spot to further enhance our strategy. And then one of the things I want to emphasize, because you don't hear this story often, but in 2013, the city of Groveland initiated an interlocal agreement with the city of Mascot to accept wastewater from Mascot. And there was not much received at all up until about the last 4 to 5 years. It took a while for Mascot and the market to drive any kind of home building. They didn't have anybody really to connect at first. But then I think it was about 2020, 2021, we started getting requests from Mascot to allow connections to our force main for some new neighborhoods. And staff said, hey, read over this interlocal agreement. This doesn't work for Groveland at all. We're going to have to redo this agreement for us to continue this partnership. Problem was, it was a pay-as-you-go agreement. We were going to collect impact fees as they built houses, and it wasn't structured very well from a rate standpoint. So we got the entire agreement restated, respecting that the agreement was there in place. So, nothing was taken away that could have led to litigation. We went ahead and respected it. It's 275,000 gallons a day. And the way we treated this inherited obligation is, okay, well, how can we make this good for Groveland? And it was to get an agreement in place that helped pay their fair share in that Sampe project. So for their 275,000 gallons, their proportionate share has now been totaled up to 7.7 million. So those two amounts to the 8.5 plus the 7.7, and then the design money at 1.8, that's pretty significant to that overall project, as you can see.
Is there an ongoing payment for that? Or is it just a one-time 700? Do we get for all the gallons that we have to absorb?
It's a one-time payment to own the capacity of the 275,000 gallons, but then they pay a monthly wholesale rate for every one of their homes. And that's a monthly consistent revenue stream that shows up as part of our revenues and was subject to the rate increase as well.
And that's based on usage or just a flat fee per home?
It's based on, we're tracking both, so we're metering it to make sure the numbers make sense, and they're reporting the number of homes. And we're making sure the numbers make sense. Now we get to the financial portion, and I will turn it over to April to speak to these slides.
Hello, everybody. If you can hear me, this is Mike. I'm here remote.
He's there.
April, would you like to go first, and then maybe Mike could interact and provide some commentary if needed?
Sure, I can do that. Good morning. So what we're showing here is we're showing the cash position for the City of Groveland for the 400 fund, which is our operational fund, right? So you can see for the last 4 years, in 2023, the utilities fund was sitting at $407,000, and you can see gradually over the years we've increased, and in 2026 you see a big jump, which is where we're starting to see the benefits of the increase, the rate increase that we did, and those type of things. And as TJ mentioned, it's the first time we've met the 20% requirement that's per the charter, that we've been able to do that. So this is where cash is standing right now. Are there any comments you want to make, Mike?
Hey, April, thank you very much. No, and I think, I'd like to first jump up and compliment everybody at the room there. So Mike Fitzgerald with the Clarion, acting CFO, as an outside consulting, I just want to pass along my, positiveness that the utility and the consulting engineers in our finance department have been working heavily to put this presentation together. But more importantly, the joining of financial sustainability. So I'll let April continue on these slides, but what's important on this transition with the great growth of cash, is how's that 20% cash reserve? What is that number and when did we achieve that? And then how do we maintain that as we cohesively, drive a financial strategy over the next 5 to 6, 7 years from a CIP perspective and an operating perspective. So I'll be able to answer any questions you need there, April. So good job.
All right, so on the next one here, this is basically kind of just talking about what we said with meeting the 20% requirement, right? So for this year, for May of 2026, the cash on hand is the 7.9 million. The total expenditures are estimated to be at 18.3. The required cash reserve is the 3.6. So you have a surplus of 4.3. So we're actually at 118% as opposed to the 20%. So that's a good thing, right? But we want to continue to grow that because this is how we pay for our capital and all of those kinds of things. All right, utility debt. So TJ and Rich both talked. Rich kind of talked more grants. TJ talked loans. It's debt, right? And it's a concern. So here it's a good thing. So in 2026, you're showing that we have $15,896,381 in debt. The payments, so you'll see the blue is what the debt is, and you'll see the little orange there is what the payment is that is coming out of the utility fund in the year corresponding year. So right now you're looking at about 1.2 million that's coming out in 2026. So it's about 6% of the revenue for what we're collecting for revenue. You move to 2027, your debt gets a little bit higher and it's 23.7 million, but your payments go to 3.8. So it's about 19% of your revenue. And then of course 2028, you're looking at 58.3 million with a 4.1 million payment that comes online, which is about 21% of your revenues.
As far as what those numbers reflect, bear in mind the 2026 number when we talk about debt, there were two items of debt related to utilities that preceded any of the work that's currently going on. They go back to projects that happened several years ago. Those bonds were restated later, reissued at different rates, but that debt has been carried since the 2000s and 2010s. And then you start seeing the new loan agreements added to that in 2027. And basically what we're showing you is when the debt kicks in that you've got an obligation that is reflected in the debt service at the bottom in orange, you're seeing those numbers go up. So for example, that 2028 number includes the clean water loan that is covering Sampe and the Sunshine projects.
Help me understand why we defer debt for 4 or 5 years. I mean, because I see the payments, and by the way, these don't match the program that you gave us on Groveland debt, where we said it was about 600,000, and then it went up to 3 million. But I'm trying to understand why we defer payments. I mean, here we've got all this revenue coming in and we're deferring it down the road. We're kicking the can down the road. I mean, I know you didn't have anything to do with the 2016 and 2007 refinancing, but why would that be delayed all the way till November of this year, or the other one be delayed all the way till November of next year, when we've had all this time and all this time we're working the capital, saying we're getting a return on investment, so why aren't we paying the debt? Why are we deferring it?
So great question, Mayor, and Rich, you can embellish as needed, but basically we are already now in debt service for any planning and design loans. Some of that was principal forgiveness, but as far as any loans that were taken out, that the design phase is complete on all the existing capital projects for current needs. So you're already seeing some level of debt service related to design phases. What happens with these construction loan agreements is you're not expected to start debt service payments till the project is complete, and then they have a deadline of 6 months after that, you start your first payment. And you can pay more, you can pay that debt down, but it gives some breathing room under these very low interest loan scenarios to financially strategize.
TJ, if I could come with you on that, I do agree there's some financial advantage to deferment because of the cost of capital. I think there were some earlier slides, interest rates less than 1%. And currently any cash that we have from a treasury investment perspective, just in a conservative money market savings, we're getting just under 4%. So at this point, the advice is to, sit on some of this cash, and you're going to see some coming slides, and you're going to see why we needed to sit on a little bit of this cash. There are some decisions that are going to need to be made that's going to possibly have the cash slide before turn and start to come back down. And we could have some headwinds against our minimum 20% cash reserves. So this does give us a little bit of breathing room to make some quality decisions.
Okay, that's a pretty good explanation, but still, if we're refinancing things from 2006 and 2027 and deferring them out until, that's the 2024, is on the bottom of your debt list, where we refinance. I think you just said we redid a bond or something, and then that's projects that are already done, and we're deferring them out. And I love the analyzing, well, we need to keep this much cash on hand, but debt is debt. And if things go south, you got to still pay the debt. If we're saying we're going to have 500 homes and we only have 175, that delta is going to have to be covered at some point along the way. So I would just, there's two ways to look at it. Yeah, we want to go get 3% more interest over here. We want to pay this debt off, and just kicking it down the road, that keeps going up. This keeps going up, and we say, yeah, we have 3.8 next year, but there's deferred that aren't even in there. We're taking money, saying and telling the public we're to use it to increase our service, increase our capital needs, and now not paying for it. You're doing it on a return on investment in some way, and then you're just kicking the can down the road. I think we need to look at that and as a council and see how much are we willing to press the next generation to pay.
Yeah, if I could, this is the first time we've had cash on hand. So we've been working off of a capital plan that's deferred projects for years. So we'll get to the backlog in a little bit, but it's about $35 million in unfunded projects. That includes an EUC building, that includes a lot of projects that are critical to operate the utilities that have been deferred, and that's due to aging infrastructure, existing customers. So how we use cash moving forward will be important. So there's a lot of decisions to be made around that. And the financial plan that was developed and what was baked into the Raftell's 2024 study was looking at how do we increase revenues and allow a little bit of time for that. And it's only been a couple years, barely. And we haven't realized the full benefit of the meter replacement program that's going to help revenues be healthier. We would like to pay down debt and look at paying for additional capital backlog on a cash flow basis, so we aren't borrowing more. You're pretty leveraged in terms of your finances. Without cash on hand, you can't leverage for more borrowing. And so we need to be careful about how we look at the backlog, and that's something that we're going to be revising with the 5-year CIP, and then incorporating that into the work that Raftell's is doing now. So I think the point is very well made, but the approach was to build a reserve and build some cash on hand so you had some flexibility, and then you could decide how to utilize that.
Yes, sir.
No, we'll talk about it more.
Well, the bottom line is SRF wouldn't let you take the debt on sooner. You didn't have the revenue. So until you demonstrated rate sufficiency and cash in the bank, the loan repayment schedule was tied to that, to those assumptions.
So part of the challenge and why I mentioned age system, neglected, lack of maintenance, when I say decades, that's not an exaggeration. coupled with a 40% growth rate over the last 6 to 7 years. So that's created some challenges. So for the same, first of all, we didn't have a surplus in revenues. We did not have a surplus in revenues. This is the first year where we're able to even achieve that reserve. So the competition for the same dollars are build that reserve, debt service, backlog of operational capital needs, and then additional capital projects coming online that result in more debt service. So to be aggressive in eliminating debt, I would love to eliminate those 2 old bonds that relate to projects before any of us got here. But to be able to be aggressive in eliminating that debt, we've got to have revenue sufficiency. So with that, you got the clicker.
Yep. Okay. So this is the Fund 400. Again, everything we're talking right now is going to be the 400, the operations. So this is a debt service coverage ratio. So how do you do that to look at it from a structural perspective? So it's basically your net operating income, which for 2027, we're looking at it being 5.6. And you divide that by your total debt service, which is the 3.6. So that gives you a 1.54 DSCR, the debt service coverage ratio. You also see a note, so that's a good thing, right? We're up higher, and you can see, like TJ talked about with the requirements from DEP and all of those things for the SRF loans, they actually require us to have a minimum 1.15 DSCR in order to even take those loans. So we're a little bit higher than what they're requiring on that. So that's a positive thing.
And that is per each budget year. So when we do these ratios, it's just the debt that we actually have to budget in that fiscal year compared to your operating income. And in this case, for us to drop from 1.54 back down to that required 1.15, you only have a buffer of a little over a $500,000.
Well, and if you go below the 1.15,
It's a problem.
it's a problem. Yeah. Okay. So here is just kind of an overview of all of the utility funds as a whole for the budget. I'm going to kind of quickly go through these, and then I'll turn it back over to TJ, Rich, Ben, whoever's going to be speaking on that stuff. So I'm just going to kind of give you the high level. For 2027, you'll see in the left hand, in the one column is our revenues and what we're anticipating and what our expense is. So you can see that we have a positive variance for the utility operations of the 1.9. We're going to get into that in just a moment. The water impact fees, we are a negative 506. So everything what we're estimating in revenues for 27 is less than what we're anticipating to spend. And I understand that that's usually a capital project fund. There's requirements on that, but it's decisions because, again, to balance it, which I have to for budget, right? Being your budget person, I have to balance that, but that means I have to take from your money, your cash, your reserves, right? And in order to do that. So it just decisions for y'all to look at. Sewer impact fees, we are a positive 82,000. We do not have anything right now in the 403 or 404 fund. 405, this is just financed capital that we've had. We're looking at about 770,000 in revenue with 230 in expenditures, and it gives us a positive 540 that we can still move around within there to fund things that we need to do. For 406 through 409, I'm going to tell you are basically these SRF loans that we're talking about. They just each have their own fund so that it's easy to keep them straight, the monies and the reimbursements and all of those kinds of things. So they will balance automatically because it's what the grant is what we're spending. So those will balance automatically.
Those are specific to those projects.
Correct. Those are specific to the title that you see on the fund description. For 414, this was the revolving line of credit that we took in 2025, the 15 million that we took in 2025. So when we did that, there was still, we've taken out money in 2026. Took out money in 2025. We took out money in 2026. There is still $6.9 million that is sitting in the line of credit that we can use, that we can draw on in 2027 if we need to. And the difference there is just the interest payments is what we're coming up with, which makes your 7.7.
How do we regulate that line of credit? Does that expense come before the council when somebody says we need to get another $1 million, or how does that line of credit work?
It came before the council. It was adopted in 2025.
I'm not talking about the line of credit. I'm talking about what we're charging to the line of credit. That's 7 million now.
Oh, I'm sorry, the projects?
Yeah.
So those are actually, it does not come to council. It is the SRF loans that you see, they're a reimbursement basis. So we have to spend the money first, and then we submit a package to the DEP, and they reimburse us the funds. So basically, the city is floating the money first, for lack of a better way of saying it. So it was kind of to just help with cash flow. So it's really only used on that 406 through 409 that you see in there is where that line of credit is used if we need it to help.
It's used for already approved projects.
Yes,
as
it's
cash
for
flow.
already approved projects.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
And now that you're getting to the point where you are getting a sizable profit margin, eventually you'll have a decision, do we want to just cash flow these, or do we want to keep the line of credit? There is a little bit of an arbitrage moment where you're collecting close to 4%, you're paying closer to 1% on it. But at the same time, if you want to avoid debt, that's an option that the council's going to have.
I just worried about controls. I just didn't know where it was going. I'm sorry.
Nope, it is strictly for those projects, just to help cash flow because they're a reimbursement basis.
April, why are we looking at 2027 numbers?
Why am I looking at 2027 numbers?
Yes, we have no idea what the revenue is. We have no idea what the expenses is. Why are we looking at 2027 numbers? Why are we not looking at 2026 numbers or 2025 numbers? Why are we looking at 2027 numbers?
So this is a 2027 budget workshop. On this slide, I did show only 2027. On the slides that are coming forward where I go through each fund individually, I show 26 budget, and I show where we sit currently on 26 budget.
Okay, because it's confusing because you didn't have that on this
I
slide.
apologize, I did miss this slide. I apologize, I left this. But when I go each individual one, you will see the
Okay,
26.
and so my next question is the variance. You're showing a 1.936 variance?
Yes.
What does that mean? What does variance means?
The variance means that we are good to, in other words, right now with the revenue we're estimating for 27 and the expenditure they're asking for in 27, we have an additional 1.9 that we can put into projects. In other words, we have more revenue than we have expenditures right now in that fund.
Okay, I don't see how you come up with that number at all when we already know we baked into all the water rates, we baked in at least $3 million in 2025. How are you coming just with 1.9 million over here? This number should be like $5 million in variance based on the table from the study. So I don't understand why you're only baking in 1.9. Is this 1.9 additional to what the study showed as what we were going to bring in as extra money?
So, no, it's your revenues, which are based on the Raftellus study, right? So we have the revenues, but we don't budget at 100% of what Raftellus showed. Because when we're looking, like right now, we're looking at 2026 numbers, and our water rates, our reclaim, all of those things, those charges for services are actually less than what we've budgeted, and we're going to end up my opinion is that we're not going to hit target for budget in 26.
Well, in 2025, and April of 2025, we were $1.2 million in the hole for the operating fund, correct?
I don't know the number off the top of my head.
Councilman, let's I think we've got a lot of detail. Take notes, and let's get to this at the end, because I'm sure everybody has questions, and let's bring it back on that slide, okay? Because then we'll know what the other revenues are and all that, and we'll have the whole thing, the whole picture.
I think the next slide is going to help you a little bit, I'm hoping.
Okay, I'm hoping too.
I'm hoping.
Can I just go back on my own and talk out of the other side of my mouth? Is that, and he just left, is the planning and, I don't see anything on Villa City plant, that there's a lot of talk going on that we have to start designing and start doing the Villa City plant. Where is that in this by 2027? Where is that in here?
That's fun. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Rich.
Well, he's looking at me, so.
I know, I'm sorry.
I'll give your voice a break. That's Fund 409. So you see the 25.2 million there? That's the Villa City project. So that's total, that's assuming that's your revenue from the grant that's coming in to pay for that project. That's why your budget, your revenue budget is 110 million.
Okay, so it doesn't belong in here, is what you're saying, because it's not during this year. We're not going to plan anything for this.
Maybe not the
expense.
entire expenditure for the plant, but the notice to proceed was issued to the contractor this month. So they're going to start construction this summer in the next couple months
For Villa City?
for Villa City. This is for the drinking water.
I'm talking about the wastewater, I'm sorry,
No,
the
wastewater-
$119 million one.
No, wastewater is not in here at all.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah. Question. Sorry, the Villa City name is what's confusing people.
I get it.
It's drinking water plant only.
All right. I know it's a little bit small, but there's a lot of information on here, okay? Now I'm going to look at my paper, so I'm putting my glasses on. So here is what we're looking at. Flip my page. So you're looking at, if you look, you can see 26 budget. We budgeted 15.9. For 2026 actuals, we are at 10.3 for charges for services.
As of when? As of April?
Yes. This is, I just pulled this report and yes, I believe that this is April, through April, yes, sir. We are, for charges for services, you are looking at 20, and realize that that's not just your water, there's other things in there too that make up that number. So for 2027, and according to the Raftella study, we take that and we are estimating 18.9 million, and that is with the 10% increase that is per the ordinance, okay? So that shows you there, and so that leaves you, you then have your miscellaneous revenues, which is basically your interest is what's looking in there at 100,900, and then you have other sources. So these are your, this is a carry forward. This is for the loan payment. So one of the loan payments, which I believe is Sampe, correct me if I'm wrong, the 1.9 million.
Design loan payment.
Yeah, it's a design loan payment that we had for Sampe, which was 1.9. We had to reserve that money because that was the first loan that we went for. We had to reserve that money. So that 1.9 that you see there, it's actually a loan proceeds, right? Because it's going to be due to be paid in 2027. It got postponed from 26 to 27. So then, if you go down into expense, you can see what we're estimating for capital right now. Right now you've got 1.2 million budgeted in capital for 2026, and you've got 57,976 for actuals. Debt service is 3.6, and we've only done 41,938. Operating expense is 8.7. We're at 5.8. Your personnel services is 1.9, and we're at 1.3. And then that is just your reserves that we budgeted for in there. That is 5.3.
Excuse me, I'm confused. This is, it says FY 2026 budget was $3.6 million in debt service, and we've only paid $41,000. Am I reading that right so far this year, and we're 7 months into the year?
Yes, sir. I will have to look into that. I'm not on the payment side, unfortunately, of that. But I can look into that. It could be when it's due. It could be a matter of that. It could just be a matter of also it hasn't hit our books yet, unfortunately, right? It just hasn't hit our books yet. Doesn't mean we haven't paid it. It just hasn't hit our Tyler system
And
yet.
just refresh my memory, TJ, when we went through the debt service a minute ago on another slide, wasn't it 1.6 million for 2026?
A little bit more than that, actually.
I think the 3.6 million came in 2027, right?
the debt service with the blue and
payments?
orange bars.
Yeah, debt service.
Orange bars.
Payments for
Yep, I got it.
26. I have 1,259,850.
Okay, there we go.
According to our latest report.
Payments so far? Yeah, 1 point,
So
yeah.
that's
Yeah, but
different from what you are
okay,
seeing on the screen, though.
That's what I was looking at. Oh, that's just so far. That was the debt service so far for all those things we looked at before. So it was really 3.6 million that we're projecting.
That's what got budgeted, was the 3.6. And bear in mind, budgeting, along the way, we sometimes see these dates pushed out. We'll go back and get a time amendment, and it'll push the deadline out.
I'm old and I need some help, so please bear with me so I don't get confused.
And that is something that is very real. Whenever we bring you one of those resolutions where we're saying it's an amendment to a loan agreement, but it's a time extension, it's just pushing that.
But TJ, I wasn't, and I'm sorry because I just cut Mr. Jaycox off for doing the same thing, but I'm not.
Thank you.
I am, I'm more concerned, I saw in that other one when we were talking about the debt, that when we were talking about pushing debt down and all that, remember that slide, and it's like 1.2? I thought that was the whole, because then the next, 1.2 or 1.2 on the debt service for 2026, and then 3.8 for 2027, and then this comes up as a budget of 3.8 or 3.6 for
Seems a little high.
2026. It's more than double. It's almost triple what we budgeted versus. So where is the delta? Why is this? This is just what we spent so far. Is that what we're saying? So the true debt for 2026 will be almost what 2027 is.
I think we need to go back with finance and firm that up, because when I look at what's planned for 2027 in terms of debt service payments, it's closer to that 3 million amount that was budgeted. So we might have to double check that 3 million amount for the fiscal year 26. I'm concerned that
I
might be
think that-
fiscal year 27.
It's important
Yeah,
because there's a lot of people here crunching figures, and we've got to make sure that we're crunching the right ones and not.
I think that you need, I think you need to remember too, one thing, and I'm not remember some of the challenges that we had with 2026 for utilities budgeting. And I'm going to leave it at that. So I can't necessarily say, I think we need to go back and look at that. I agree with Mr. Maslow and say, let's go back and look at it. I hear you. I understand your concern.
Yeah, and from now on, when that happens, we've got a mid-year adjustment, which could be put in at that time, those adjustments, so we have a true picture, right?
If I could say something, I know this is not my department, not really my job, but having been in these meetings, we think that 2.2 million of that is the Sampe loan repayment that was originally anticipated to hit this year, but because of the change in schedule, so the budget was entered for debt service that was anticipated, and the Sampe project was delayed a year from the time that was budgeted. So now the debt service for Sampe isn't hitting until 27. So technically, 26 number up here should be your real expense in budget, and we're going to transfer that 2.2 to the next year. That's going to contribute to the 3.8.
That would make sense.
And so I think,
That is correct.
and Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's where we thought we landed on this in all the budget discussions.
That is correct. So budget is just
If-
that, a number, and the engineering project has slid to the right, and the numbers that we're seeing here are our revised debt plan.
Mr. Mayor, for the record, is that an action item that you're requesting? When you said go back and look?
We're going to have action items at the end after we all discuss things.
Okay.
I'm just trying to keep from being confused because I'm trying to add 2 and 2 and 1.2 here and 3.8 on the other one. The percentages vary quite a bit when you're using for budget going forward.
And to super simplify it, Rich and I are doing the work with DEP and the SRF program people and getting these amendments. And we're in real time knowing, okay, this is what our real debt service is turning into. Whereas April's running a budget that you all adopt, so she can't go and amend it. She has to come back to you at the appropriate time and say, well, these circumstances changed, and this debt's now being moved to 2027.
And I think she goes back to you and you come to us. I mean, you're the head of this whole thing, right? So
There you go.
Okay.
And if I can, I think this might give you a little bit of help. Don't want to belabor the point, but if you look at what I've debited if you look at what I budgeted in 2027 and the 400 for debt, I'm right on target with what they're showing on that slide right there. I'm at 386, she's at 385. So it's
within.
But April,
It's-
everybody in here, you know I look at historical more than so.
No, but what I'm saying is it's incorporative of all the debt, right? So it's not just it's the payments that are coming online. So new, and I do know the 2.2, which is where I'm going to go next. Let's go back to this slide, maybe.
Be patient.
Oh, all right. Who's messing with me? All right. Is this it? This is it. Okay. So let's talk about this. So when I talk about the 1.8, so when you let's look at the blue line just dealing with 2027, don't look at the extra column at the end just yet. So when you look at this, looking at our revenues, and of course this is subject to adjust, right? The revenues as we continue to do, because we're what? June 24th, and we don't adopt a budget until September, right? We can get more data in there that we can adjust these one way or the other, all right? But we're estimating, based on the Raftellus study as it stands right now, not basing it 100% of the Raftellus study, with the 10% increase, the 1.8 million, okay? So when you look at your revenues, so I told you that 1.9 is a debt service payment. It's a loan proceed. The 100 is your interest. You then look at all of your expenditures in the 400 fund. So you now look at your variance, right? So it's taking your revenues minus your expenditures. So we are earning more money in revenues than we are in expenditures. Now, remember what Rich just said about a $2.2 million loan that was supposed to come online in 2027. So your rates are supporting this debt service, right? So now let's look at that column to the right, all the way to the right, that says without your 10% increase, okay? And I want to say that this is without your 10% increase, and this is including had the $2.2 million gone online, become live in 27, right? So you look at that, your revenues without the 10% increase dropped to 17 million. So you're looking from 21 million to 19.1 million. You are then looking at your debt service payment going from 9.6 to 11.8 with that 2.9, which if you look down at the bottom, that leaves you a deficit of $4.3 million. In other words, we do not have enough revenue to pay the expenditures for 2027.
The 11 is operating expenses. The 11 is operating expenses. 6 is debt service.
No, 11 is debt service, sir. 6, oh,
6 point.
I added it to the wrong one.
Okay.
That's my fault. My fault. See, I can't see lines, okay? I can't trace across lines. So it reduces it, but you're still a negative debt. You're still a negative in the fund. I'll do the numbers on the fly in a minute, and I'll fix it. But you're still a negative. I'm human, sorry. All right. So there's your 400. So there's your with your 10% and without your 10%. So if I take, here, let's just do it right now.
It just moves to the line above, right? I said it just moves to the line above, right? It adds the same, it doesn't matter what line you put it in.
Yeah, the end comes out the same.
Yeah,
That's math principles.
but so you're still at a negative.
You can edit it later.
And just a small caveat, this is part of the Raftellus rate study that we're going to be doing, and we expect to roll that out back to council in about a month or so. This is just preliminary numbers.
April, real quick question. You're showing the budget and you're showing the actuals. The actual numbers are running 35 and 33% less than the budgeted numbers.
Yes?
In other words, you have less operating expenses and less income. So they're both tracking together. That doesn't mean at the end of 2026 you're going to have a loss. Your operating expenses went down too. So you're showing less operating expenses and less And you're saying that we're not meeting the budget?
No. I said, we're not meeting your sales, your charges for services, what we budgeted. Not saying that you're going to end in a deficit at the end of the year overall at the line item level, right? At the line item level, you may very well you will balance 99.9%, okay? I'm not, I'm going to leave that margin, okay?
Now, listen, Mr. J. Cox.
What I'm looking at is I'm looking at the reoccurring, charges for service. Its budgeted was 15 million and almost 16 million. The actual so far is 10 million. But if you come down in the operating expense, what was budgeted was 8.7, but the actual is 5.8.
We just haven't spent the money yet.
We haven't.
We
you still-
budgeted it.
Sorry, TJ.
We got 5 months to
You still
go.
have a week in
5
June,
months.
July, August, September. You still have 4 months to spend.
A little over half.
And as I said, this is what is sitting in Tyler right now, okay? There could still be stuff that is sitting in a, don't want to get into too much detail, but sitting in a pending column. So it hasn't really hit as an actual expense yet. And I'm not saying that that's, $3 million.
But Mike, we got to wait our turn. Because I got questions too. The mayor
Okay.
said wait the turn.
Okay.
So you got to be a good player in the sandbox.
I don't care who asks the question about this particular form, but we can't go on if we don't understand this one.
We write it down,
Okay.
and I'm sorry, if you're confused about something, like me, then we just write it down. We get the
Okay.
answer, we write it down, we move forward, because you're right, some things will just keep snowballing down.
Mr. Mayor and council members, if you do that, just to help us all out, if you could reference the slide number where the question was, that will help us at the very end remember which slide to go back to.
Perfect.
It should be at the bottom right of your screen.
Good input. Vice Mayor, did you have something?
Well, are they at the end? Because
Yeah,
I
but I
want to
just,
be a
I
team
just,
player.
I just want to make sure you're not confused like me on something.
I'm confused, but I'll wait my turn.
Okay, thank you.
Usually 400 causes quite the ruckus. It's our biggest fund, right? Everything else is our capital. All right, so quickly here we're looking at, so this is what I was showing before with a summary, and I'm going to flip through these. These are your impact fees. 401 is your water impact fees. Again, looking at 26. You're not collecting anywhere near. You can see we estimated 2.2 million, and we've collected 264,000 to date. With a 1.1, and we're estimating 1.1 for 27. So when you look at that and you say our expenditures for 27 is 1.8 and capital outlay is what they're looking for, it shows you, well, if we're only collecting 1.5 and we're asking for 1.8, again, I said I need to make it balance, right? The best way I know is either increase the funds, right, increase the revenue, but we don't want to logistically do that necessarily, but it's going to come from your reserve, right? So it shows you that number. Sewer impact fees, pretty easy there. I'm going to flip through these very easy because I kind of covered them on that first slide.
April, could I just clarify something on impact fees? So impact fees they're not operating expenses. It's not an operating budget. They're not operating funds. So when we budget for something and the revenue doesn't come in that year for impact fees, it doesn't mean that that project that's planned for this year is anticipated to be paid by this year's impact fees because we built a reserve. So when she refers to reserve of impact fees, it's for reserves within the impact fee fund. So there's a balance that exists there now. And you'd be transferring from that balance out of the projects that were dedicated and planned in the CIP with impact fees. So just because the revenue for that particular year doesn't match the expenditure, that just requires a decision to be made to transfer it in to pay for it, understanding the balance and all the obligations, that's all.
So it's still impact fees covering impact,
Correct.
perfect.
Yeah, we're not transferring out of operating fund 400
It's
or
not,
anything.
exactly, that's what I was going to say, is it is not an operating fund. It's run a little bit differently, which I thought I kind of said on the first slide. If I didn't, I apologize.
Just one more caveat to impact fees. You all already know they're growth related. For existing debt and existing operational needs, it's a no-no. But for anything that we can justify as a growth-based project, that's where we look. And we also look very seriously at any growth-based project that you're taking out any debt, utilizing this fund as needed to help with debt service. So we're thinking about both issues at the same time.
So these are pretty simple, guys. I'm going to just kind of quickly flip through these. So here is just your 405, which is the financed capital that we did for some of those things, which again, it shows that we still have a little bit of money that we can work with to try and fund different projects that we have for 405. And you can see where we stand for 26 for actuals. For 406, this is the water meter and water line construction project. So we have, see what we've budgeted versus expenditures. And then again, the variance, these are going to balance, right? Because it's a 1-for-1, a revenue for an expenditure.
That project will close out completely.
Yep. 407 is the Sampe wastewater treatment and the Sunshine Reclaim. So same concept. You can see what we've spent to date. We spent approximately 13.7.
That project will continue for another budget year plus.
Okay. Oh, wait, I skipped 408 completely, didn't I? I didn't like 408. 408, you can see, which that's interesting, it's 61,000. We've spent 61,000. So in 2027, they're estimating 312, and it'll balance for the region. 409 is the Villa City drinking water treatment facility. And so we've spent to date 261, and we're estimating 25.2 for the next year in expenditures as well. And then 414 is our last one, which is the revolving line of credit. Like I said, it's one that we've already taken, and it's basically to just fund these projects 406 through 409 that we just kind of flipped through.
And I'm going to take an opportunity, since it was brought up earlier. This revolving line of credit was a strategy, as you all heard earlier, to manage cash flow for these big payouts that we have to do for the vendors doing the construction projects. So two things that your staff has helped orchestrate to minimize having to use this is we arranged advanced reimbursement agreements with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. We're now taking advantage of that, of being able to get reimbursements more quickly without having to put out as much cash. And we also now have, as I mentioned previously about the Sampe project, $15 million plus in dollars that are grant or mascot related that we're going to spend that money down to be able to lessen the burden on the loan itself. So we're going to continue to minimize how much we go to this revolving line of credit so that we're not utilizing the full $15 million. So with that said, we'll continue to keep you apprised on how we're managing Fund 14.
With that, I'm done, and I'm not sure who's speaking next.
All right.
Maybe Ben?
Now we get to talk about operations, and I want to give Ben Von Hers an opportunity to talk about his role in budget preparation.
Good morning. We'll start off, I know one of the big things with ours has been the Raftellus, how we relate to the Raftellus. So Raftellus predicted in fiscal year 26, 5.5 million. And then in fiscal year 27, 6.1 million, a 12.1% increase. When it comes down to our operational budget presented last year for fiscal year 26 was 5.3 million. And we're presenting 6.3 for 2027, which is a 19.1% increase. When you compare our numbers to the Raftellus, the fiscal 27 budget increase between what we're proposing and what Raftellus identified as projected cost is a $139,000 difference, where our operational cost is actually 2.2% greater than a Raftellus. Some of the things that the Raftellus projected were some of our expenses that have changed, like our chemical costs, but we've definitely seen an increase in our chemical cost, our take inspection cost. We have our generator inspection costs and preventative maintenance have increased significantly, as well as we have some regulatory sampling that has been added by DEP and EPA over the last year that has a significant increase on our lab expenses. So that's some of that additional 2.2%. We do have some fiscal 26 carryover impact from 26 to 27. You may recall, for those of you that were here last summer, that we presented 3 full-time employees. Through our discussions, we decided to bring on those 3 employees halfway through the year, so as of April 1st. So under the approved fiscal budget year, they came in on April 1st of this year. So we started accruing that. What in fiscal year 27, they are shown as a full year employee, not just a 6-month employee as we had. Fiscal year staffing also had an additional 3 new positions, a cross-connection technician, which is a regulatory-driven for Florida DEP for cross-connection. We have to grow our cross-connection program here for the city of Groveland. This would be the backflow devices on our residence and commercial sites. It ties it all together. We have to report on this annually. Right now, our program is smaller, but it is being, to be regulatory, we do have to increase the program size and our attention to it and having people there. We also have utility field service technician, which is being proposed. This is due to growth. We have an increased number of customers. We're expanding our water and wastewater infrastructure. As you had seen, we had 69 lift stations in our system, and that is growing every year. So we need their attention on that. We also have more customers to respond to as well for different things. Aging infrastructure, more, I don't want to jinx myself, more failures in the systems. We also have shown a maintenance mechanic, which is also, again, growth-driven. This is the additional maintenance mechanic goes out, does a lot of our pump, our diesel, our generator, any kind of piping repair. They're the guys making the repair in the plants at the lift stations. So with the increased growth of the upgrades at the Sampe project, the proposed, or the new Villa City Water project plant, we definitely have a need to have additional mechanic available that can work on those.
And I want to point out something really important because I don't want it to be confusing, and that is the Woodard and Kern contract budget. First of all, they invoice us on an agreed amount. Their contract requires them every year to submit an exhibit to the city, which I review before it comes to you, that is their budget of their contractual obligations financially for the year. So in FY26, that budgeted amount that was approved was the $5.3 million. Now, Raftelis projections had it at 5.5. We, last year at this time, were in a very conservative mode because we were only a few months into the new rate structure, and the rates were capped off those first 4 months of not charging the higher tiers. So the revenues, we had a concern. So we said, Ben, we know that you asked for more and you needed those positions, but we're going to ask you to phase this in. And that's why instead of starting October 1st last year, we held off employee positions until April 1st. So that's what lowered it from what could have been 5.5 down to 5.3. And that's why it would have been a small increase this year to go to 6.3 compared to what's reflected as a 9.1 increase based on actuals. So to Councilmember Jaycox's question earlier, I want to use this number. So right now, 5.3 million was budgeted. The last invoice that the city received for payment that we've processed is their May invoice for O&M, which is, it changes, Ben, it's over 400, but
460-ish.
460,000 a month per the contract. So if we have still not paid 4 months out of the year, that's why the actuals reflect such a lower amount, because a huge driver of the operational cost is that contract line item that we pay Woodard and Curran. And then the city pays a whole bunch of operational costs out of the budget directly. But Woodard and Curran, that's their money to pay staffing, overhead, chemicals, sludge haul, gasoline, all those things that come up. So I just wanted to help you acclimate to what those numbers actually reflect.
So the total amount we pay and for a year isn't like 11.9, it is 5.5 million?
That's for the O&M contract, yes, sir.
Oh, OEM, but there's other things on there like him and other people, right? So what's the total? Or are we going to get to that maybe? Yeah.
And that's why I clarified earlier, what they do was the original relationship. Then we've hired Woodard and Curran through professional services contract to do a lot of engineering. And then separately through a competitive process, we hired them to do a few of the design and construction administration of Sampe, of Villa City Water Plant, and so forth.
But we're going to go through that, right?
all-
I'm sorry, I was looking at you at 11.9.
Well, just to clarify, so some of the professional services, not just for us, but for half engineering, SMW Geosciences, Raftellus, that comes out of the operating fund. There's a portion of that. What TJ just referenced, construction, inspection, administration, resident project representatives that do all the inspections, those, for the most part, those larger contracts are paid through the other funds, which are the Sampe wastewater plant upgrade, Villa City, et cetera. So our professional services, only a small portion of that, or the smaller portion is in Fund 400.
I don't want to hold, I'm sure we're going to
Yep.
get to that in here. I'm sorry.
Yes,
to
sir.
get in on OEM.
All right, Ben.
All right. So we are, with the O&M staffing level of our service, we currently have 28 staff members in our that we're budgeted for. We are proposing to go to 31 staff members. The recommended minimum for the service area, the footage of water, wastewater lines that we have, the number of customers, number of meters, the services we provide, the minimum AWWA utility benchmark is 45 staff members, is where we should be at current. So that's where, just to have a high level of service, to be able to respond quickly and do everything we need to.
And for those of you not familiar, American Water Works Association, that's the entity responsible for a lot of our industry standards that we do follow. So that when you hear AWWA, it's a formal reference, just like if we were talking about governmental finance and accounting, very similar.
So we are seeing some other, some increases. In May of 2025, we had 11,206 water connections. As of June, as of the other day, we had 12,382 water connections. That is a difference in 1 year of 1,176 water connections, a 10.5% increase. So we are seeing that as additional work, customer service calls, meter installations, that sort of thing.
So we track homes, we track permits, we track COs. Well, then we also track, all right, when you actually connect and have an account for water and usually reclaim water too, that's giving you an indicator of that growth. And there's a lag. We might permit homes at a certain number 1 year, but those connections may be lagged into the next year. So just another indicator of how our growth metrics look.
Some additional things that are coming up is portions of the Sampe plant upgrades will come online in fiscal year 2027. Our dewatering facility they're talking coming on as early as spring, so we'll start dewatering ourselves. This means we're going to have to bring in haulers to haul away our solids. That also comes with, we'll have additional chemical increases with that, because we have to have the polymers to dewater the solids that are in the wastewater plant there. We're also seeing electrical cost increases due to growth, due to new facilities, and the energy rates. Do you want to speak on the true-up estimate?
Yeah, a couple things. One on the planning for these plants. So we're building into 27 the fact that Sampe will be expanded. Requirements from the state, staffing has to increase. It's not hitting for all 12 months, but it's hitting for a portion of the year. So we're building some of that into 27, along with increased electrical use and chemicals at a larger plant. We'll be doing the exact same thing when the new Villa City water plant goes online in early 2028, and making sure we've accommodated staffing and all the other cost of running that plant. The true up, by the way, every year, September 30th, we finish our budget year. Woodard and Curran is finishing up their contract year with us, but their accounting runs through December. So we're doing an audit based on year end September 30th. They're doing a required audit based on end of the year, December 31st. Their audited results, I enjoy it when they maintain a surplus. Sometimes things like the chemical costs that went dramatically up, or some issues with energy costs last year, we did not have a surplus. And therefore, the city, per contract, owed Woodard and Kern a little bit of a difference. That's your true up. So we cannot do the true up based on the end of the year budget. We have to move that payment, that potential payment, into the new budget year, because it's usually not going to be available to us to even make a payment until February. And again, the goal is, let's finish the year with a surplus if we can, but sometimes we get surprised and have to deal with realities. Okay, I'll cover this one. So we've talked about Ben's side, and then we're talking about internally. And there's a few of these positions I'm mentioning specifically because they're substantially funded. And then we've got certain personnel costs within the city organization that are allocated, and there is a difference. So the summary is, currently, my position being so much torn between utilities and all other infrastructure, including all those things in public works, streets and stormwater and the facilities and fleet and all those things, general fund, and this may change over time as we collectively address challenges in general fund collections. But for now, my position is 50% funded. The executive assistant is 50% funded out of the enterprise fund, the remaining general fund. You've got a portion of the finance department, including Aaron being acting director, deputy director at various times over utilities. That position is funded along with customer service and billing. Yes, ma'am, correct me. April.
One quick thing.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to be
Yeah.
upfront. Erin is actually 50% because she is the manager over utility. So she does a little bit more, she's 50, but everybody else in finance is 25.
That's why I fluctuate, because deputy at one point, it was supposed to be 100%, and then it changed. So, but our people that deal with customers, they're paid for out of the enterprise fund. And then we do have a water resources manager that's helping predominantly on conservation, Samantha, but she's also assisting with stormwater compliance, which is not able to be covered out of enterprise. That's at 80% funded. And then those allocated costs I mentioned earlier go anywhere from city manager to finance director, theoretically some level to HR and city clerk. And those are allocated costs that are handled a little bit differently. And even that may change over time, because we're already, I'm saying this to you as a preview, between everything I just outlined, we know that if the voters vote the way it appears the voters may vote, and we have to deal with some challenges on ad valorem, we're going to be looking at this enterprise fund to be supportive as possible of the city organization. And we're already anticipating that. So we're thinking very deeply about how we structure funding these positions. And then changes, right now, the proposed changes are, we have a brand new, as of last week, capital project manager on board. Many of those projects that she is now engaged in involve utilities, but not all of them. We've got other projects that are capital that are already underway that she will be involved in, and then anything moving forward, that will, at the moment, be general fund. But that's a good example of, would it make more sense that this person be increased if needed for a higher allocation out of the enterprise fund? That's one we're going to monitor. Right now, our workflow coordinator within my department is an administrative assistant position that is helping the predominant job before even building workflow and asset management is we have been catching up the 7 months she's been here of just processing all the financials, making sure every vendor's paid on time. It is a lot of volume through the department, and she is currently 25% funded out of enterprise fund due to the number of utility finance processing she does, and then the rest general fund. And then the position that's now advertised and we are seeking to fill that will serve as a deputy to my department, focused solely on utilities. And this is a good example of, we're going to use the enterprise fund 100% to bring this person on board, just to help the department in-house focus on just that. And their job is going to be the O&M contract, the planning and engineering, and assisting the capital project manager, and assisting with utilities review of new development coming in. So lots for them to be doing. Okay, so we're going to mix it up here. We're going to tell you some things that you have to hear because we're running a business, but we'll get to some good news here soon. All right, so State Road 50 Utility Relocation Project. You don't know what you don't know until you know it. And our issue was we've known the State Road 50 realignment project was eventually going to happen for many years. The issue was we didn't get assurances from DOT that they truly were moving it up in the program from what was going to be 2032 to 2036 until about a year and a half to 2 years ago. That was great news, and we immediately started asking from staff, okay, what's the process to address any of the utility concerns in the design phase? It was May of last year before we got enough information from DOT and their design team to jump in with both feet and start evaluating how many conflicts is this project creating. When they build the new road, they're building it in a new spot, but they're also affecting the east end and the west end where we have existing water mains and sewer mains. And then they're building a brand new 4-lane in a greenfield. That's awesome, except it crosses over a few of our crossing locations with our utilities. So we worked from summer into fall and met the DOT deadline in time to say, here's our utility work schedule, here's our cost estimates. Some of it, a little bit of it, they're going to reimburse us for because they needed property from us, but everything that involves existing right-of-way, that is DOT's right-of-way, where we have to move our utilities, that falls by statute on the city. So we developed that preliminary budget this year. We're giving you the cost estimates because this is a concern that your staff is currently working very feverishly on between my department and finance. So the contract, they did shortlist as their top candidate C.W. Roberts as the construction contractor. Don't forget, we're all thinking about State Road 50, but at the same time, they have a separate contract for the South Lake Trail Phase 3B, which is from 2nd Street to Silver Eagle Road. Both of those together, I'm giving you the impact. The total financial impact from an engineering estimate. Bear in mind, we still have to put this stuff out to bid for a construction contractor to do the work. The total is $6.3 million. That includes a mix. It has a mix of 4.35 that is all about existing utilities needing to simply be moved. We do know that we have some utilities in there that we can spend some impact fee funds because it gives us an opportunity to do the relocation, upsizing and preparing for growth needs that have already been identified in this old part of Groveland. And then to the city, a little over $1 million is supposed to be reimbursed, but it's a reimbursement after the fact. So we have to spend it and get it back, but it's already in an agreement for that reimbursement to occur. So in the budget, we're taking an impact and we're showing you a breakdown between what we identify as tied to the operation fund, either as paying it out or debt service. And then we've got an estimate that we're optimistic we can meet on how much impact fee dollars we can use to minimize our hit. The big question is, how do we get there? Are we going to have to borrow some of this money? We did not have enough notice to get it through the state revolving fund process. Most of this work is happening right off the bat. When this contractor gets started, their phase 1 is financially the biggest impact. And basically the phases, so you all are ready, because this is going to be a big impact to Groveland. Basically, they're starting that greenfield construction first. They're going to build from 7-Eleven over to Main through that old cabinet factory. They're going to build section through the old citrus plant site, greenfield. Don't have to maintain traffic or anything other than we're going to have to deal with Main Avenue being affected. Then they're going to, as the other phases, they're going to focus on The western edge getting out to Villa City Road, most of that is a trail and resurfacing the existing road and then connecting the new 4-lane to the existing 4-lane. And same thing on the east side, building the trail, resurfacing the road, and then the trail, of course, gets built through the middle of the town. And then the big last phase is really putting in the 3 improved signalized intersections, which require lots of maintenance of traffic. So we'll have a firm schedule from the contractor now that that contract is coming into place with DOT, mobilization anticipated by the contractor. In fact, there'll be 2, one for a road, one for the eastern part of the trail. That'll be this September. And the numbers, or the dates that we're showing you are DOT dates from the design team. They're not real till we get them from the construction contractor. But the big thing is right now, our best options are to use that line of credit that we talked about earlier, which means we're still going to have to figure out a finance plan. Are we still going to have to borrow the money through a commercial loan since we can't qualify quickly for an SRF loan? And so that immediately causes staff concerns that this is a one-time major capital outlay that we would have loved to budgetarily plan for 2 or 3 years in advance, but we didn't have these numbers until the last several months at this level. So it's a pragmatic issue that as your new CFO comes on board, I immediately have to engage this new person on solving this problem of what's the best strategy for the city, looking at the fact that we have to do the work. It does have these costs. Are we borrowing? Are we borrowing commercially? How much of our own cash flow do we want to spend? And I say all that because that plays right back into how much surplus are we generating to go into any level of reserve funds, and how are we carrying that year to year to cover this issue plus debt service? That capture everything?
Yeah, I think so. Like TJ said, it's very front-end loaded on phase 1, so most of your cost is there. So we tried to break it down, though, for FY27, the need, and you know, how we finance that and structure that is what we need to determine. So we're going to be looking for guidance on that from the CFO and council. But I think, you know, what's important to remember is, you know, some of these conflicts are relatively minor. And so when we think of conflicts, it might be moving a hydrant, it's relocating a valve, gate valve. But what we've structured here is what we think is the most cost-effective and cost-efficient project, where if you're going to move a pipe that needs to be upsized anyway because we have a water pressure deficiency, and we have that in a lot of pipes in the downtown. This is an opportunity to address that need at the same time and leverage both funding sources towards that. So we can justify use of impact fees for upsizing of sewer mains, force mains, and water mains, because the deficiency is a result of growth that's already occurred and impact fees that have been collected historically, as well as it will serve new development in the future, so it's a well-justified use of impact fees. So we're trying to combine funds as much as possible for that. And I think where we just didn't have any reserves to budget towards this project in the first place, we knew it was coming, like TJ said, and we've always kept it in the horizon, but no one anticipated that there would be this many conflicts either. You know, we don't see the actual design work from DOT, and to be honest, once we did see it, it required a lot of work to figure it out. And so there was a lot of legwork just to get to a number, and then we can't go to outside agencies with an ill-defined scope. You know, we have to be able to say, well, this is the scope of work, the schedule, and the budget to do that. And getting that all together took a bit of time last year. And so we didn't have really firm numbers until early this year.
So you'll be hearing more about this, but this is, for me at the moment, this is the conundrum that we're still working to solve in terms of what our financing approach is going to be. And again, how much do we need to borrow? How much can we spend from existing funds, and including impact fees and any kind of reserve that we've built? Okay, well, this is a big one. We've got 2 slides here of high priority projects with planning and engineering level cost estimates that are unfunded. Now, one of them we're handling special, this very first one, so I'll qualify that your first $15 million on this page is for a building that is still under design, that would be a hardened building rather than a trailer that would house your utility operations. And your SCADA technology that helps us monitor all of the utility facilities. That server would be in a hardened building, protected at a site that's storm-ready, and we're still under design, and design will continue into next year. But that is an unfunded need that even if we're able to be successful in low-interest borrowing through the SRF program, it will still have debt service requirements after construction is complete. So we can deduct that 15 off the top there, and that still leaves you just under 14 million of various capital outlay projects that are related to deficiencies that have been identified in our overall system that are currently unfunded needs. And you see it's an interesting mix. It's security enhancements, including cybersecurity. IT estimated we need $650,000 right off the bat to address our two primary facilities that have both water and sewer plants. We have sewer lift station. We have 10 lift stations that should have already been rehabilitated. And so over time, those will turn into repair issues. They are needing a level of rehab that sometimes includes upgrading them. So that is a constant need. And again, we have 69 total lift stations in the system. 10 of them need rehab right now. The SCADA improvements, we're only, the way we reduce the number of humans needed to run the utility system is your SCADA technology. At every facility, every lift station, we can have SCADA positioned to where we can monitor in real time. And we still have locations where that is not the case. We need to improve SCADA that's older technology at our water plants. We've got 14 lift stations completely without. What does that mean? What does that mean to Groveland? 14 lift stations without SCADA. It means we rely on someone to call us when the alarm's going off. Otherwise, if we get lucky that we happen to be driving by, that is not the optimal way to run level of service. And then there's improvements at the other 43 of just continuing to upgrade our technology as we're able to maintain the best overall SCADA system. We've got asset management system improvements on how we're tracking the management of our assets. We have this, the asbestos concrete and the corrugated iron water mains that are in our old part of Groveland. You all have been part of seeing us complete phase 3. So we started on top of the hill with phase 1. And then 5 years ago, we did phase 2 coming down the hill, just completed phase 3 to the middle school. Phase 4 is the older part of Groveland that you think of around Orange and Broad. And some of that need that would be in phase 4, we're going to address as part of the State Road 50 realignment project. And then we've got the spray field down here in the southern part. We've got what's called RIBS, rapid infiltration basins, big sand pits up at the north side of town to satisfy regulatory requirements at Sunshine. Those RIBS have been there for more than 20 years. They need rehabilitation. And then finally, 250 grand where we're looking at interconnect of our northern water system and our southern there along 19 between water plants 2 and 3. 2 is the one at Sampe, 3 is Sunshine. Our only interconnect right now is through Palisades. We have 2 other locations identified. One of them is along State Road 19, and the other one in the future would be along Villa City Road. Now that was just that slide that totaled the 28.95. Then we've got another 7 million on slide 2, which means lower down the priority list, we've identified we've got some work to do at Blue Spring Reserve. It's fairly minor. Our Silver Eagle reclaim plant needs some SCADA upgrades that have been identified for a few years now, not been able to afford that. Our water plants need transducers to help us with regulating pressures. We mentioned the RIB site earlier. There's design was included on that first phase. This is to actually finish out the project, so we can't do the $1 million construction without doing the design first. That's why it was higher on the list. And there's areas of running these utilities that we still are deficient on. So hydrant replacement, we've only been replacing a very limited number a year. There's an industry standard we should be following, and we're wanting to get there. And we should be exercising every critical valve throughout the system. And this means all the ones part of the interconnection of the system. So these are things that we know we need that we've just never been able to afford. And you know, we were encouraged this year. We've actually accomplished a sufficient reserve. We may have enough to, looks like we're going to handle debt service. Can we start reducing this backlog? And then alternative water supply is a whole other realm that every utility is being forced into by the state. And then wrapping this up, good news. We have finished out basically all the meters that were part of the contract with Ferguson. So all the old census brand meters, we have now reached a point of eradication. That means every meter in our system now, unless we find a rogue census out there somewhere, every meter is now Neptune, many of them being either brand new or just 2 to 3 years old. Some of them are now getting up on 7, 8 years old. So we're kind of shifting now that this is complete. We're going to enjoy advanced metering infrastructure. The towers are up. I don't know if any of you have even noticed them. I was so scared. What are they going to think of a 50-foot tower? And then they're in, and nobody even has mentioned them to me. So we put 17 of them. So 17 around 16 lift stations. We put one in Gaffney Park, tucked away, and we put receivers at both Sampe and our water tower, our Sampe water tower and our tower number 1 here on the hill. So that's up. Next step is we're testing it, and we're hoping to be able to use AMI to actually read the bills July 1st. And so once we start using it, then we're going to start looking at, all right, how many meters didn't read, and handling that issue. And manually reading is necessary, but the beautiful thing is the meters are in, the infrastructure is in and being tested, and now we're working with Ferguson for the what's called Neptune 360 and the online portal. Staff gets the benefit of seeing this data. The next step is making it available to our customers so that we can help them understand this is what you use. It's right here on this website. Another done, complete, paid out retainage and everything. We finished phase 3 here near downtown up to the middle school area of the water main replacement project. So old concrete asbestos lines left in the ground, new great water mains. We helped a lot of people make new better connections, great work done. And so both of those projects were covered under that same drinking water loan that is completely attributed to existing need, existing customers. This is an interesting project. So we now have a force main connect from Trinity Lakes to the Sunshine Plant to the north. That neighborhood has built its first 550 homes sending the wastewater to Sampe. Sampe's at 118% capacity. That's not ideal. We thought we would be complete with Sampe this year. Good reasons, but the delays in funding agreements and grants and all that, we started about a year later than we thought we would, but this thing is, Sampe's going to be complete next year. This just got completed. So now Trinity Lakes, today, still sending their wastewater to Sampe, a little bit longer. Soon, we're going to flip the valve. We're going to use this force main, send all of that neighborhood to the north. That will take the pressure off Sampe while they finish the construction next year. So that will all happen this year. The reason I bring this up is the next step, now that we have this connection between north and south, is we're looking at, all right, we handled this big neighborhood. It's 550 homes today. They're allowed to build 1,156 homes in there. So at least we have options. Now we want to see what else from the north can we send to Sampe in the south when the plant is complete next year. And why is that important? Because on paper, right now with Bright Hill about to pay their impact fees and start work on Bright Hill Phase 1, we're at 90% by 2031 at the Sunshine Plant. So that's why we're anxious to get design started on the new northern wastewater facility, because what the game plan is, as soon as we figure out how to pump more south, whether that's from the Commerce Park or the major lift station right there on State Road 19 that we've identified that we're evaluating, That will allow us to send some of that northern flow down here to the plant that does have capacity while we finish the new phase one of the much-needed northern plant. So this is a very creative thing that has evolved over the last couple of years to get this force main in. And I personally get excited about this project because it's very creative and it's working for us. The other projects, Rich, let's turn this over to you for a minute.
Yeah, sure. So just this month, notice to proceed was issued on the Sunshine, what we call the pump station improvement project. Now, if you recall, PwC Weiss went bankrupt, and they were the design contractor, or sorry, the construction contractor that was selected for the Sunshine Pump Station project. They completed the installation of the Lower Florida Aquifer well, which is the source of supply for the pump station to augment that. But they didn't complete the connection and they didn't complete the pump station. So we had to go to the next contractor, which is now Vogel. They've been issued a notice to proceed for the pump station expansion project. And then we have to bring on another contractor to make the connection. So it's a little bit complicated and it's been delayed, but thankfully now it's been sorted out and it's moving forward. At the same time, the Sunshine Pump Station project is been a project that has been planned for a while, and we had to, if you remember the 2026 mid-year budget amendment, we discussed use of impact fees for that project to enable to move forward. That's the project that's going to allow the full capacity at Sunshine to be realized based upon the force main that TJ just explained. That force main from Trinity will send more flow and divert that flow from Sanpete up to Sunshine. But we need this project to be completed to allow the full hydraulic capacity to flow through the plant. So that's a notice to proceed. That'll hopefully be done in the next 6 months, that project. The Villa City water treatment plant and water main project, we've talked about that quite a bit. Again, the contractor, PwC Weiss there, they never got a formal contract. And so thankfully the city didn't execute the contract. So project money wasn't spent for construction. And then we moved to the next responsive bidder on that project. And so that's now moving forward, and construction will start this summer. So that's, the good thing is these projects that have been delayed, that have been very challenging, it's been very challenging with the funding sources, it's been very challenging with contractors and changes. We've been able to manage that change and now get it moving forward again.
And I'm excited because of the number of calls I've received from Trilogy and other neighborhoods along Wilson Lake Parkway about irrigation reclaim pressures. This project finally removes that issue. We've got a new well ready to connect to reclaim that will make sure we never run out of supply of irrigation water. And finally, the pressures will be adequate to serve all the neighborhoods on the hills over there. And then Sunshine, the good news there is it's buying us more life out of a plant that we're inevitably going to have to keep using for easily the next 10 to 15 years. So that's a good investment. And then I'm thrilled that we're getting a water treatment plant constructed, fully grant funded. That's huge. And I've said to you all before, yes, I love getting grants. Usually I'm used to 2, maybe 4 million. We even got a $6.5 million one. That was awesome. But to get a $25 million grant, that's some amazing news. I wish we'd gotten the same news about our grant for the wastewater, but the good news is we're able to still use the money as much as feasible on the existing system, and we're shifting into the new strategy about the wastewater plant up north. I think we're getting really close here, guys, so thank you for being patient with us. I kind of just previewed that, so basically the SOFI grant, we are doing the work right now. The existing sewer system, we're focusing on infiltration into the system, and anywhere that we have vulnerabilities that when a storm event occurs, it floods our plant through the system, through manholes, through lift stations. That's how we're setting this up to be able to access as much of that 19.6 million in grant funds. And you can see we've already actually began using the funds. They let us use it for the Clean Water Facilities Plan, so that's already been accomplished. We were able to use those funds without objection. We also have an additional 40 grand, you see they're being added to it. Something that we've not done before, that yay, we're able to use the grant funds to do, is a sanitary sewer evaluation survey. So this is a big effort for any utility, and to do this, it's going to give us useful information that's grant funded, at least for that portion. A little bit of money for minor repairs, and then they are funding the clean water facilities plan that's needed, not just for the new plant, but to be able to do all of the existing system upgrades. So I'm saying all this to you and not meaning to bore you, that I was a little depressed in March after that DEP meeting. I think I even talked to you on my way back, Mayor, and I was still processing, what did I just hear from them? The good news is we haven't lost anything. The challenge for staff and the team is how can we access as much of that money as possible under the eligibility requirements. So that's where our focus is. And that's where we hope to get as much of that 18.4 at the bottom as possible. And let's talk about the new facility. The city owns 25 acres right there next to the Commerce Park, touching Villa City Road, right there at the curve with Lake Arthur Drive. So this is the first time many of you are hearing this. We have vacillated back and forth on what's really the appropriate right sizing of this project that we're about to design. In August, DEP has a hearing where they'll be allocating dollars to various utilities. We are on the list. We're supposed to receive an allocation approved in August for a design loan. That will come back to you in the fall as a loan agreement, hopefully with a big portion of principal forgiveness. I call it grant money. And so in order to file this clean water facilities plan, in order to meet the DEP requirements, we're bringing that to you at the July 6th meeting. So there's a preview. You have a resolution that allows us to submit to DEP the document required for us to access any money. And where we've landed, and this is important, is we knew previously that even to access a grant or any money, we were talking about doing it to potentially one day replace Sunshine. So we were saying at a minimum, you need to build a 1 million gallon a day plant to eventually replace a 1 million gallon a day. That way there's no growth issues mixed into it because it's the grant, SOFI grant money. Well, we knew that if we said, let's just build 1 million, we're building a facility that would have to be expanded possibly during construction, if not shortly thereafter. And we knew that really Groveland needs to be thinking about a 2 MGD. After a lot of back and forth about the right way to handle this, being very respectful to concerns with taking on more debt, that even when we design this thing, we got to come back and say, here's the construction estimate. Are you willing to borrow this money? We think the best play is to plan for a 1.5 MGD facility, and there's some rationale behind that, understanding that when it does eventually need to be expanded, and it will, based on the fact that if the developments occur that are annexed and zoned happen, then we have to deal with this. So it would be expandable to 3 MGD, and then the overall plant site, we think if needed, we've got enough to even double that over the next 2 generations. So I'm not saying any of us are going to have to deal with that long term, but at least we have a site that can adequately be able to serve. So we are giving you really conservative estimates. We are thinking right now we can do a 1.5 million gallon a day plant for a $100 million construction cost. It's not just the plant. It's connecting to the plant. It's the pumping station over near State Road 19 that would need to pump flows to the plant. It's disposal requirements that you have to have for reject water, which happens at a wastewater plant. There's a reclaim system that would be attached to this plant. So all that's wrapped into it. Once you build the initial site, which is always, your phase 1 is always going to be more expensive per million gallons, any expansion of that site is going to be overall proportionally cheaper because you've already built the predominant infrastructure, including a site, including lab and electrical, including headworks, and you've already started your first initial trains and your storage and so forth. So I'm saying all this to you because there's been a good year of just what's the best thing to do, because we have to submit now, how much are we designing? We want to design 1.5, and that's what we would initially build. So with that said, we think the design amount, what we're requesting is $10 million. We are having to show DEP, not only do we have a rate structure that's sufficient, but here's a bunch of developer commitments that we have. Here's how much Bright Hill just paid us, and how much Bright Hill will be owing us for their next phase and their next phase. And here's how much Villa City, if they were to ever develop, is obligated. And so they want to know, what is the city doing to make development pay for itself? And it's a wonderful start that you have one of the higher sewer impact fees. Because when this happened in 2024, before we asked council to affect customers, we said the first thing you need to do is make development pay for everything you can legally. And that's why you have a $10,300 wastewater impact fee. So, and that will go up. It's already indexed to go up October 1st automatically by ordinance. So I wanted to emphasize this is huge. This has caused me and the team a lot of, okay, what is the best thing to go back? And so we're telling you today as a group for the first time, the request of DEP is $10 million. Let us get this thing designed, bring back a cost estimate to council, and then work on 2 years from now, most likely, we will work on, are you willing to borrow the money to construct it? So that was a lot, but it was all really important, especially that plant, especially State Road 50 relocation, and especially the fact that we are, as of now, approximately 17 months into the new rate structure with those revenues and still analyzing the data trend. Good news is it's going up, but is it going up enough? So with that, I'm turning it completely over to the council.
I'm going to give the council 5-minute break to reassess their notes, and you all 5-minute break to reassess your notes, and then we'll reconvene in 5 minutes.
Thank you for your part.
I got you.
Robert? Okay, thanks, Jim.
I got you. Uh-oh, did we lose the panel? You're on your own.
You can ask Ben questions.
All right. We'll go from, when we are reseated, we'll go from left to right. We'll all go around once, and then we'll come back for a second round in case there's other questions. And then we'll move forward that way. Did you do something with TJ?
He just went in. He'll be out in a sec. He's running.
He'll be right back.
So pick on Rick first.
Well, let's wait till TJ kind of want to mix everything up, because he's the boss there.
You available Saturday?
I can be available. I can make, I'm retired. I can be available at any time. Okay, we'll call back to order. We'll go ahead with discussion, and we'll start on the questions and discussion over on my left. Ms. Amy Jo?
Awesome. So talking about the 50 realignment and the planning for that, is it possible to use some of that surplus to pay for the planning for that, since we happen to have that? It's convenient.
The evaluation of conflicts and design, that part is done. So we have, that's what the cost estimates are based on.
Okay.
The issue is, we've now got to put it out to bid. We have existing contractors already under contract. We just have to invite them to submit their quotes or bids for the work. And we may actually use more than one. That's when the numbers become real. And our challenge right now is, when we put the contractor to work, how are we paying them? Are we paying them from a loan source? Are we paying them from our cash flow? We know we have some impact fees in hand for anything that qualifies.
Right.
So we're looking at how can we mix it all together and make it work.
Okay.
As of today, the only option at the moment, until we work it out, is to utilize that line of credit. But that's a temporary option. We're still going to have to look at how much do we want to spend of cash in hand versus additional borrow, understanding it's a one-time thing in that $5 million range.
Okay. Everything else, I think, is pretty self-explanatory, and I understand everything. So if I have any other questions, I'll get with you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
I have several questions, and they're all for TJ.
Yes, ma'am. I can't make that go backwards.
When did Raftellus study start, and when will it end?
The current one, not the previous one. The
One
current
right
one.
now.
Yeah, the current one, we just issued the notice to proceed last month. It's kicked off. We've asked Raftellus to be able to present that information by the end of August to the council.
Can you tell me what the proposed salary is for the executive assistant and the deputy director?
We have the executive assistant who's already employed at her current wage amount. She's hourly. And I apologize, there's salary, or excuse me, since she's hourly, there's wage, and then there's loaded rate.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, TJ.
There's the actual wage, and then there's the loaded rate. So I believe she's currently in, I want to say for $28 an hour. That is a non-exempt position that's not salaried. She's paid for 50% out of this fund and 50% out of general fund for the duties assigned.
What is the salary, please, proposed salary for the deputy director?
That position has yet to be filled, but we put it in as being just the salary portion, a range around 100 to 120, as a highly professional position.
Okay. Someone asked a question about the revenue for the water meters. So I'd like to make this a call to action. You gave an answer that you're seeing money now, and you expect to see money, I believe, in the future. And I heard you say that there are an additional 200, I believe, water meters that have to be completed, and then the job will be done, right? I would like to know, this is the call to action, from the time that you put in, not you, but that the water meters were put in, I would like to know from then until May, what that amount of revenue was, because the answer was rather ambiguous. I would just like to see, and I would like for the taxpayers to know how much money has been saved from the time you start putting them in until now, until June. I would also like to know the jump. I believe I saw a jump in the personnel service amount. What is that for?
You covered a little bit of that, just adding that deputy position, and we're funding the capital projects manager 50% out of it. So all that's built into personnel.
Because with my math, and I'm not sure that I did it correctly, it looked almost like $1 million jump. Is that correct? It went from 1.9 to 2.0. So my math may be off, but at any rate, I would like to know what is causing the jump, okay?
I can answer that, Vice Mayor.
Okay.
I can answer that, Vice Mayor.
Okay.
So you're looking, we budgeted 1.998. We're going to 2.0. The increase in that is going to be, it's the increase for the year. Salaries were budgeted, and I should have said this when I covered 400. For right now, we started at a 4% increase for the fiscal year. So that is simply a 4% increase across the board. And remember that that inclusion is also including a new, a new deputy manager or deputy director for TJ. And then also the other departments that are partially funded out of that fund.
So, thank you. So TJ, tell me one more time. What is the proposed salary for the deputy director?
We've got a range right now of about 100 to 120.
And that's not loaded, right? You
That's
have to
unloaded.
Unloaded another 25% onto that.
Correct. And we have to fill it, and so it's not real till it's filled and we have a formal amount.
And
My
one
next
thing-
statement is from
sorry.
2017 to 2023. I get it. Life be lifing. COVID set in. And all other things happened. Many things happened because life be lifing. But from 2017 to 2023, who was responsible for the oversight of what was happening?
Well, that's an interesting question of history. So 2017, you were under that city council, previous city manager, previous to Mr. Hine, a little bit less stability here. It was not until 2019 that the council made the decision to bring Woodard and Curran in to operate. That became effective October of 2019. And then the following year, pandemic effects, and while we were still doing business of all this utility master planning. So the oversight that I think you're looking for is, I don't, from what I have experienced in talking to staff that either was here or still is here, that's been the issue. When I talk about neglect and lack of maintenance, there was a lack of oversight of running the utilities business. And, you know, it's not one staff member's fault. It was just a lack of having the proper personnel in place to even be thinking. Like, nobody was tracking the capacity of the 2 sewer plants. So I offer you that because in 2019, when I got involved as director of managing the Woodard and Curran contract, we spent a tremendous amount of effort for the first 3 years evaluating what the issues were. And that ended up in the utility master plan. That ended up in a lot of renewal and replacement projects of changing out all kinds of pumps and motors that were not maintained, were failing. So, you know, that's when the oversight began, was in 2019. I'd love to say, hey, we took care of everything first year. No, it's bad. We're still working on digging ourselves out of the hole.
Well, who now is responsible for it?
When it comes to the oversight of the utilities, it starts with me reporting to the city manager and the council.
Okay, I'd like to know, I saw the chart where the monies went like this. I would like to know, is the utility funding stabilized now? And I also saw where, you know, grants and things were put in there. My question to you is, are there any undisclosed monies that have been added to the utility fund that the council does not know about?
Well, as your director over utilities, I can say no, but I'm going to defer a finance question to finance. That it used to be the other way around. We were paying into the utilities out of the general fund when I got here, which is not the way it's supposed to work. Now your enterprise fund has gotten to a point where there's nothing nefarious. We're actually able to use some of those revenues to pay for personnel that otherwise would be coming out of your general fund. So the big question is, there was in the Raftella study, I want to be really clear about this, there's a whole section, a whole chapter about revenue sufficiency. And they use 2 words very purposefully. They use deficit and surplus. In 2024, they projected a deficit. That was accurate. And into 25, with the new rate structure, we were to be moving more towards surplus. Why is this important? Because that's not extra money set aside. That's money that you have to choose. And your staff recommends a budget that says, of the surplus generated, we are saying we're not in a deficit. You have X amount of operational costs that we need to cover, you have X amount of debt service, and you have that required reserve fund. At the moment, those 3 things are consuming any surplus that's been achieved. Now, over time, we want to keep building that, and that would allow us, the city, to not have to look at doing as dramatic an increase as what the Raftella study was basically what it contained and what was adopted in that ordinance. So no, there's no magic hidden money. There's no hidden dollars.
Okay, so now if I can just go back to make sure that I have an enhanced understanding. You are responsible for the oversight now, and then you report to the interim city manager. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So what is the, I'll say game plan, but I really want to know what is the long-term plan? There are some minuses, there's some deficits on the presentation. So what is the long-term plan to restore the sustainability to the utilities fund, and what measurable benchmarks do you all have in place for that?
The 3 areas that are the primary concerns financially for the Utilities Enterprise Fund are you meeting your reserve requirements? Yes, this year is the first time. Are you able to cover your debt service per the loans that have been taken out this year and coming year? Yes, we are. And then finally, are you able to sufficiently cover all of your operational needs? Sort of. We're able to keep Woodard and Curran under contract operating the system. We're able to fix a lot of things that are deficiencies that we've identified, but we still have a 2-page backlog of projects that are needed today that we can't afford yet. And then we have State Road 50 coming up.
My call to action on this is to advise the council on what benchmarks you all have in place to ensure that the utility fund remains sustainable. You got to have some sort of metrics.
Yes, ma'am.
Some sort of performance goals. And this is my last question, but my call to action is to advise the council so that we don't get into this position again, even though life be lifing, that we don't get into this again. So I ask that you all provide the benchmarks for the utility fund for sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jaycox?
Oh, okay. First question. Payments for impact fees, are they based on when the permits are taken out?
By law, that is typically the answer unless we have an agreement with the developer that says they have to pay early, which we are now doing with large developments.
So how many of these agreements do we have?
A handful, just to be simple. The biggest one right now in front of us is the Bright Hill Phase 1 agreement. They have a $7 million water and sewer impact fee payment pending. We've invoiced them. They are about to pay it, but that was per agreement that they do not meet concurrency and have that capacity to support the development until they pay for it.
So that thing the statement I just made, that's in the charter that says that the impact fees will be established on whatever they are in October of the year that the permit is taken out on. That's in the charter, right?
That's in the ordinance 2024-4. It stipulated that every year, it's in law now that we can increase per the consumer price index July to July each year. So next month, August, I'll be sending out a memo internally. Here's the CPI, July to July. If it were today, it'd be a 4.2% increase automatically, October 1st.
Okay, so how did you get around that ordinance to give somebody a cheaper fee?
So if there is a prepayment, the prepayment allows them to meet the agreement terms of meeting concurrency, but when those permits are pulled, they still owe the delta. If you've raised your impact fee since their prepayment, they have to pay whatever's extra, and the trigger is that building permit request.
So what do you do with the money that is prepaid?
It's in the impact fee reserve. So Rainwood, right across the street from Trilogy, they came in and prepaid. Mm-hmm. But now every home permit they pull, they owe what they prepaid per home, plus they now owe up to the new impact fee. And they'll be doing that for their build out of 500-ish homes.
Okay, how many years have you been getting this prepaid impact fee?
Really, it's just been over the last 4 years, and the two big prepayments we've received were Rainwood and Cypress Bluff over on Villa City Road. So, and candidly, we've improved over the years. You know, there's a lot of things that staff and consultants inherited and said, why are we doing it this way? This is a smarter way to do it. And this is one of those areas where we've gotten better with every agreement.
EJ, I think, not to interrupt, but Cherry Lake Estates was one too, where they prepaid their impact fees a number of years ago with that PUD that's on south of Trilogy and south of Rainwood. That's close to 20 years.
Can I ask a question on that? Sure. I'd just like to get clarification. I thought we were having an interpretation done on the law because it said that we had to put 100% of those impact fees against the loan, and it wasn't that and grants that because we wanted it interpreted different so we could hold on to it for a while, but If we're holding on to it for a while, does that go against the very rules that Dan, remember we had the meeting with Chris Carmody about not being
Right.
able to,
With the carry
to
forward.
hold on to those, and we wanted that to be reinterpreted?
Yeah, that's a good question. We'd have to verify that with our attorney
Yeah,
to make sure we're meeting that statute.
that's just for the information. You want to tell them about that? Because that'll impact your,
Okay.
thing right here. Do you want to tell them what it is now and what we are trying to do? Okay,
Honestly,
I'll
I'd like
tell
to speak with the
Okay,
attorney
right
before I
now,
misspeak.
It says, according to the statute, that we have to, if we get an impact fee and grant, we have to apply 100% of that right up front. If I get $7 million, it has to go against the debt, that we can't hold on to it. We've gone to Chris Carmody and also our representatives say, can we get a directed interpretation of that says, because it's kind of ambiguous, that said we could hold on to it over a period of time, because our big fear is that $7 million against $119 million is a drop in the bucket, but $7 million in the bank in case something goes south, that we can have to protect us over a period of time gives us more of a little bit less risk to happen. So
Right. Essentially a debt
and
service
that's what
reserve.
you need to check it, get you two together and check on it, because we're up there having a bunch of people work on it. And if that's not true, then we've got a problem.
And to your point, now bear in mind, we had to, with these facilities plans, had to outline for DEP, this project is 100% existing customers. There's no growth related. So we're not using impact fees for repayment. Whereas SAMPE is fixing existing and adding capacity, and it was a 55-45. So legally, I'm not the attorney, but I would suggest you could use your wastewater impact fees for some level of debt service where you've identified, here's the growth percentage, and then this new plant, transparency. This phase one, it's because of growth. I mean, we're just telling you up front, it's needed because the city's annexed and zoned property that can develop. That's where your capacity is going to come from.
I'm sorry to jump in, but that's a big deal, if we
That was
have
my
to.
next question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But it's okay, you asked, because you have more information about it than I did.
Excuse me, if I could just add to that. So the capital finance plan for the existing loan obligation for SAMPE does include some pledged revenue from impact fees. That was the anticipated revenue to secure that loan. So we're going to, our team, our fiscal solutions team, is currently evaluating what was pledged under that original loan agreement, and based upon those developments that are contributing to that facility. And then we're going to look at all the other development agreements and see what has been collected and what is due to be paid and collected, and what's anticipated to be done. And then, is that secure or is that guaranteed? And so the question for any new facility infrastructure or borrowing, particularly the new large plant, which we think is going to be largely funded by development, is what pledged revenue can we rely upon for the capital investment as well as the future operation of that facility, because that's what DEP is going to require. They're going to need actual firm commitment. If it's developer paid, they need firm commitment in the form of development agreements. So we're looking at all those agreements now to see what can be applied to each capital debt service project. And then what's anticipated, and then bringing those developers to the table. And so the Bright Hill example, right now, we're reviewing the DA for phase two. What requirements do we build into phase two to secure that financial commitment to then demonstrate that to DEP? And that's for all developments that are contemplated for future commitments.
And there is one more I would be remiss to not mention. Cypress Reserve at the end of Max Hooks Road. They also have an obligation coming up soon to prepay all of the fees that they're building. So that, let's say the wastewater fees, when they're collected, we could use a portion for the SAMPE loan because a portion was established as growth-based in their growth.
That's good. I'm sorry to get into the weeds, but for me, it's a limited risk. For you, it's how to get the loan. But I think Bright Hill is $23 million, right, total in their whole project of impact fees, 23.4, something like that, for the whole A, B, C.
Oh, yeah, all of it, yeah.
And if we have to put that still, 24 against 119 versus having some in a backup,
yes,
is really the issue that we're worried about.
Well, and that's why part of what we hope to look at with that development agreement is yes, you are looking for all of Phase 2, but you also have a Phase 3 that you intend to build, and we'd want you to get a surety bond, essentially bond the future financial commitment, so that the city can rely upon that, and that backs your borrowing for that. So we'd be asking them to pay for, or at least provide financial surety for Phase 3, and if you add up all the phases, east and west, Phase 1 through 3, it's about $47 million.
I'm sorry, Mr. Jaycox, I just stole some of his time, and we're going to get to that whole pig in a python thing about in just a second, okay?
Yeah, so yeah, we're getting down there, but we're actually meeting this afternoon with your team, your planning team, and as well as some people from finance to go through development agreements. So we're working on this currently at the moment.
I apologize.
It's okay, you had an important question. Is there any statutory requirements on impact fees or how they're developed?
Yeah, you've got to have a methodology that takes the actual capital obligations tied to the growth projections. You've got to show that what the amount is paying into an actual capital investment to support the growth.
So based on all our loans, can we double our impact fees for homes?
Depending on the attorney you talk to, you can increase water and sewer impact fees in a manner that's not as capped as all the other impact fees.
Okay, so when you're doing all this, you should be suggesting an increase to impact fees and not just to water rates and reclaimed water rates, because right now you've tried to fund everything just with those rates. You haven't added any operational money or anything to build anything or pay any debt back on impact fees. You need to put debt on impact fees.
Well, so if I can speak to that. So the current finance plan and what's in the 2024 Raftella study assumed for the new regional plan, for example. So you have to look at those future growth-related debt obligations, and that's the methodology to support your impact fee per ERU. So based upon the new regional plant that we anticipated, it was, I think, just anticipated to be a 1 MGD plan. So now we're contemplating 1.5. We got to figure out the financing. But the 1 MGD plan, there was the $20 million grant, which we now see is being shifted to existing needs. Mm-hmm. But there was a $50 million borrow in there that was going to be financed based upon impact fees to be realized. Now, none of that is secure yet, which is why we're evaluating that. But the basis of the current impact fees included a $50 million borrow for that plant.
And Councilman, to your point, yes, we're not going to come back and say, just look at rates only. You got to look at the interrelationship. And that northern plant that hasn't been built yet, that's the driver. So inevitably, your wastewater impact fee is going to have to go up just because of the reality of that plant.
Okay. Slide 16, if you would, please.
Go backwards on the keyboard. It wouldn't work for me.
Okay. Let's see. So where did you come up with $21 million, April, for the revenue for 27? Isn't the revenue right now for 26-15-9?
So the 21 million, that includes everything. If you look at the summary on the chart on page 17, if you go to page 17, you're looking at 18.9 million in revenue that I'm estimating for 2027. And that is all of your charges for services. So that's going to be your water rates, your reclaim rates, your sewer rates. There's also water conservation fees. There's other fees that we charge in that category that is making up that 18.9, excuse me, in that. So that's just all of your charges for services, what's qualified under a charges for services.
Okay. What is the purpose of this chart on slide 17? What are you trying to show us?
So we talk about structure, so let's take it from the side, each side. So you're looking at your revenues and your expense. These are the categories, right? Try that again. State chart of accounts that requires how we group things, right? You have different revenue sources. You have charges for services, you have intergovernmental revenues, you have all of those different things that you see there, miscellaneous revenues, and then what we call other services, which are transfers in and reserves. Then on expense, it's broken out basically by your personnel, your operating, your capital, and your debt. So when you're looking at that, that's what that is saying to you. So that's breaking it down by those categories. Then it is telling you, is it structurally? When we look at from an operating perspective in the 400 fund, are we structurally balanced? What does structurally balanced mean? It means our reoccurring revenues are paying for our reoccurring expenses, right? We're not taking one-time revenues, so we're not taking one-time revenues and paying for a reoccurring expense. So then that column there looks and tells you how is it structurally. So it shows you that charges for services, those are reoccurring. Those are reoccurring. We collect those on a regular basis. We control that category, for lack of a better way to say it. Same thing with intergovernmental revenues, miscellaneous, and then other sources. So other sources is non-reoccurring because that's the carry forward. That's a one-time money, right? We didn't spend everything in 26. We're carrying it forward to 27. Well, once it's spent, right? It's a one-time source. We don't consider that to structurally balance the budget. And then basically 26, the next columns are basically showing what was 26 budget, what we budgeted, what was adopted by the council, where actuals stand as of right now, and then it's showing what we're estimating on 27 revenue, what we're estimating on 27 expense, what's the departments have asked for in expenditures, because I go out before I ever come to you and put it out to the departments and ask them to input their budget into our system to say, what are your needs for this year? What do you need? And then that's when we come back and have these meetings, and then I get to, at the end, make it all, tie it up in a pretty little bow and present it to y'all in September to adopt.
There's two different scenarios here, Councilman. You have one with the 10%. That's
Yep.
the variance, the first column moving from the right. And then you have without 10% increase. So we want to make sure that we're, again, preliminary numbers, the Raftella study is going to verify this for us over the course of the next month or so. But if we're looking at it with the 10% increase, are we positive? Do we have a surplus? And if we did hypothetically not include that 10% increase, what's that do to us structurally? Is there a surplus still? In this case, there's a deficit.
In this case, I'm sorry, but this case doesn't take into consideration, the Raftella study. Does it take into consideration the lack of impact fees that we've had so far by less houses being built? Because at the beginning of the study, if you don't make it, as that gets extrapolated out, that snowballs, right? I mean, because if we're 1,000 houses down, I think I saw that in some article. That's $13 million up front that you don't have.
This is strictly operating. So when you're looking at this slide that's on the screen right now, slide 17, that is strictly the 400 funds. So no, the revenues and stuff for water and sewer or impact fees would not be accounted into this because this is strictly an operational. Those are more of a capital fund.
Okay,
It's a legal wall that we have to meet
Correct.
audit-wise.
Appreciate that.
To be fair, when growth slows down, yes, impact fees are separate, but it's less new customers coming on to help pay your rates. So there's a correlation that Raftella will show you in the analysis that growth affects both your impact fees and how many new customers paying into your rate structure.
Okay, what is 10% of 15 million?
$25 million.
45 million.
Yeah.
Top of my head, I'm sorry, because I.
$1.5 million.
Okay, so what's the difference between 15.9 and 18.9?
Well, we haven't finished the year. to that, that's through April.
We haven't finished
Or
the
no, that's
year
what we
yet.
budgeted.
No, no, I'm going
Yeah, yeah,
budget
yeah.
26.
I see, never mind. Scratch that. Proceed.
That's more than 10%. That's,
This, again, in the charges for services, it is not just what gets the 10% increase. There is other services in there that are not just your water, reclaim, and sewer sales. So what we pay a water bill every month, there are other fees that are included in there. That's not just made up of those fees.
You would also have new customers in there as well, right?
Correct. You would have new customers that are coming online in there. Thank you.
Well, what I think he's saying is that this FY '26 budget is 15.9. The 27 proposed is a budget increase in addition to the 15.9, but then it also includes the 10% that's anticipated to be increased the rates. So the budget was already going to increase between 26 and 27 anyway, regardless of the 10% increase.
Yes.
That's why the number's more than 10%, because the budget was already anticipated to be more already. And then the 10% is 1.9 million on top of that.
Without the 10% increase, it's 17.
Your expenditures, your cost for services don't stay flat from year to year, right? Just every day. Huh?
Definitely not.
They increase, right? Naturally. Same thing for the city.
I'm glad you brought that up. So when we were sent a financial piece of paperwork that said, this is what we got in 2025 of April in revenue, and this is what we got in 2026 in April, it showed the expenses exactly the same. Very, very little difference. So that just doesn't confirm what you just said, that they always go up. Well, I just told you that, and you showed it to us, that on 2025, the expenses were X, and on 2026, the expenses were almost X as well. There were very, very, very small difference between those two expenses between that April and this April. So it didn't go up.
So there are things that can account for that, correct? Because
Okay.
there can be projects, things that are postponed. I mean, look at all of these capital projects, and I know we're talking operational fund,
Right.
but just follow me for a minute, right?
Right.
And things get delayed, things get postponed, we get tied up, procurement requirements, whatever
The encumbrances,
Well, this is
Yeah, the
just
haven't
encumbrances.
been paid out yet.
This is just operational. This is just how much it costs us to supply water and reclaim water to people. It's just operational revenue. That's it. It's what we pay as residents. That's it.
Correct.
None of these other things. So if you have an actual number that shows that expenses for giving the water out to people had not gone up in an entire year, why would you come up with a fictitious number much higher than what the actual numbers represented?
So Raftellus projects revenue anticipated for that year. That's the budget that we follow. So we try to match expenses to revenue that's anticipated. So we're hoping that all that money comes in. And so the reason you see that exact number balance is because we make sure we don't spend it, or I'm sorry, the city doesn't spend it. So we stay within budget.
But in that study,
but we
it
show a
it
huge
says these are
backlog.
projected numbers. It says that we need to evaluate them every
projected
time we have
revenue.
actual numbers.
Yes.
Okay.
You true it up, but it's projected revenue.
That's
That's the best estimate of a future budget. That's all.
right. But it says that every time that we have actual numbers to work on, we have to use those numbers. It
Yep.
says right in the study.
Right, but
Okay.
our expense budget has been trimmed every single year to match what we think the revenue comes in at, so we don't overspend. And we again, have not had a reserve to have flexibility in that backlog either. So revenue and expenses always match because we have to make it work. And so but it's a moving target as we go. So we're anticipating better revenue with meter replacement. It depends on water sales. So water sales are anticipated based upon past trend, but that's not always going to be the case.
Okay. Now you have the number on the bottom of the sheet in red. 4 million. 4 million in change. If you add your numbers down, you're saying it's a positive 1.9 million in the variances.
So in the variance, that is including the 10%, that first variance, the variance column itself, it is saying with what we have estimated in revenues for 2027, your revenues total 21 million, right? If you look down in your revenue column. Then we go to your expense column of 27. Excuse me, I'm sorry. and you're looking at 19 million. So if I take that and I subtract the 20 million from the 19 million, I'm telling you, we're collecting $1.9 million worth of more money. We're collecting more money than we are spending.
Okay. On the last column, without the 10%, you're saying it's $23 million worth of expenses.
So I'm going to update that because I can't read across, and I did my numbers while they were going through the rest of the presentation. It's 21.2 million, 21,269,82. Because remember, I put the 2.2 million, I basically accounted for that $2.2 million debt that was supposed to come online in 27 twice. I put it in the capital line and in the debt service.
That makes a big difference. Thank you very much.
Makes a big
for-
difference,
for
yes it
straightening that out.
does. Yes it does.
Now, why did you add this without 10% column at all? Did the management or staff or TJ ask you to do that?
I did. We wanted to look at scenarios.
Yes,
Okay.
management.
So,
Understanding that Raftels is going to look at it, but just to give us a preliminary look.
okay. Did you include the 19% extra that we got from the calendar year of 2024 to 2025 in any of these numbers? In the study, we were supposed to get X. We were supposed to get $2.7 million in extra funds to be used for projects like TJ asked for. We got 19% more than was projected. So where did that 19% show up here?
I can answer that one, I think. Okay, so we knew that Raftellus, in the study, you will see that for FY26, they projected revenues and operational expense. We were nervous, and we didn't want to go to the full Raftellus amount. We backed it off 95% of that. And that's what got budgeted for your operational revenues, and that's how we budgeted operational expenses, is we knew the revenues were going to be enhanced. And we know what Raftellus said they should be, but we budgeted a little bit less than that to be safe, which was wise. So that's the real answer is we looked at the study, said, how much enhanced revenue should we have to work with, called the surplus, and roll that extra money right into the operational budget of expenses.
Okay, but the extra money wasn't for operational budgets, it was for to do new projects.
So can I just clarify? So you're talking about what was anticipated for surplus between 24 and 25 in the
No,
study?
The study, right. The rate didn't start till October of 2024. So,
Right.
So that budget, the 24 to the end of September of 25, it was supposed to be $2.7 million. It ended up to be $3.2 million. So that was an extra 19%. So did TJ knock the budget down 19% from what the study called for? What was the percentage you reduced the budget
So
by?
TJ, I think this is where, at the onset of the rate increase, the 40% rate increase in 2024, the first 4 months of revenues were
Right.
capped. So there was a revenue reduction in that first period
Yeah,
of,
we didn't achieve quite on mark
Right.
for that first year.
so revenues fell short than the projected numbers in the study.
So, but that's why we conservatively budgeted revenues a little bit less than the Raftellus study for this current year. And complete transparency. Once we know what our revenues are supposed to be, I'm looking at debt service, reserve fund, what do I have left? That goes into operations. That's how this is supposed to work.
Yeah, but
Well,
that 19%, sorry to interrupt again, that 19% was never realized in revenue. The revenue didn't come in as projected in the beginning of that first rate increase period. So it fell short on revenue that was anticipated.
Excuse me.
No, on 2025, the revenue came in at $3.2 million. It was projected at 2.7. So it overdid the projected revenue by 19%.
I'm not sure what number we're talking about.
Well-
Mike, I think Mike wanted to speak.
Well,
Thank you. Yeah, this may help if you turn over to the cash on hand slide. That might be forward of this, 16, 17, or 15. It'll answer the question because if someone
Slide
can move the
15?
cash on hand. Continue backwards. Yeah, keep going.
Close, another one.
Hold on.
14?
Nope.
That's debt, so go to cash on hand,
There you
first
go.
slide. So if you look back in 23, so the answer is that we're talking actuals in prior years, actual revenue minus actual expense. If you have a surplus, it goes into your savings account and we call it cash. No different than our personal banking relationship, right? So you see cash going up because revenues, actual revenues, not budgeted, but actually earned revenues exceeded actual expenditures. So that's where that net difference has gone, and that is a good thing. In 2026, we finally broke our 3.9 million minimum required cash on hand. And so going back to your 27 budget, there's your history. Now we're trying to go forward. This does not show a 27 cash on hand because we have not gotten there yet. So if you go back to the slide that the councilman was looking at and you want to say, why is that without 10% really not a negative 4 million? April said it's truly negative 2 million. We have a choice to make here in the 27 budget based on all our consultants' inputs. And so if we keep the 10% rate increase, we project a 1.9 million profit to go towards cash on hand and continue to grow our personal savings account. If we elect not to increase the Rotella 10% rate increase, that -4 is corrected to -2 million, we will be losing cash, we'll be in a deficit. And then you'll go back to your cash slide and we'll take that positive 7 million and we're gonna lose 2 million and you'll be down to 5 million cash on hand. So this is the decision that needs to be made on this slide right here.
Can you go back to the cash on hand slide? Okay, this 2.9 million is not what finance reported to us.
That's the.
This is not the number that they reported to us that was put in the utility fund in the end of September. The number they reported to us was 3.2 million and change.
Okay,
How did it
so
get to
that-
2.99?
So
And
there's
what-
two things. That is the 2025 930 ending trial balance in Tyler, our financial system of record. Moreover, we just got released the audited numbers for FY25. And so this is an unaudited number. And so the number you may have been given previously, there were subsequent journal entries made in cleaning up 2025. But I'm pretty confident this is the current number subject to the final audit being released this week.
So you did an audit, and this is the number, this is the audited number, 2.9?
No, sir, this is unaudited.
Oh, okay, so the number we got is 3.2, that we got the audited number.
No.
So now there's 3 different numbers out there?
That would be correct. So what happens is until you get an audit, you have accountants that have moving numbers, right? Because it's unaudited. And so you will have, it's being released as we speak this week from Michelle's finance team, right? The audit is here, so we can go finally get the number. But preparing these slides, this is the number printed off the trial balance, 2.9 million. So shortly, right, this is a workshop, this is a working process. So this will be trued up with the 2025 final audited numbers.
See, I have a problem with this because finance gave me a actual page from your books, and it had a number of $3.2 million.
And I can answer that, sir.
Okay.
What you are looking at hang on one second, please. 400, right? Without looking exactly at, but this is the last report that goes out to y'all, which happens to be the April variance that shows 25, 26 to 24, 25. And it says that this is for the April 30th period ending April 30th. Mm-hmm. And if I look, give me 1 second to look at this, please. Okay, So if I look at this, in this report, it shows that in 24-25, the April activity was 1.3, and you're correct, there's minimal difference because I'm rounding, I'm not going to call exact numbers. 1.3 in 25-26 and 1.3 in 24-25 that was collected. So your variance was $52,000. So we were $52,000 higher in 26 than we were in 25. Then you look at 25, the year-to-date activity. So this is actuals, right? And if you look at the actuals, so in 2025, 26, and this is revenue as a whole, you're looking at 4 million, and that is showing a 2.9 million variance variable. You are looking at what is budgeted. It is not talking cash. So when you look at this report, it is talking what is in the budget. So we budgeted, it is talking about the difference between budget and actuals.
Okay, now, what I'm telling you is that I was handed a piece of paper that showed what the balance was of 400 in the end of September of 2025.
Okay,
That's the end of the budget year, right?
correct. That would probably be
Okay, so
a trial
at the
balance.
end of the budget year on 2025, we had 3.2 million and change in that fund. So that was what was brought in as the extra money.
And then, yes, so, but that was what was shown to you at September 30 of 2025, right? Yes, 2025, was where we stood at the time with actuals, correct? That was an unaudited number. It is an unaudited number, which means there were still expenses that were being paid against that $3 million that lessened that $3 million.
That is correct.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Some of that is true up for
Yeah,
Woodard and Curran.
Because we have to, in order for us to issue an invoice through that period of time to match your fiscal year, all services rendered to that date, it takes us another week or two into October to be able to generate that, to provide that to the city to account for that expense. So it's a little bit of a timing issue.
Okay, now, I didn't get this number until March of 2026, okay? And it was delayed because I was told that you didn't have all the expenses accounted for. So this is when the number was produced to me, in March, okay? So I'm gonna get with Tim, and I'm gonna give him the piece of paper that I was given, and ask him where the disconnect happened, because there's a disconnect between what was financially reported to me and what the number you're using now, okay?
I can't speak to what, right? I get it. Please do that. We will look at that. And I would say to you, anything you're given until June 30th is an unaudited number
Okay.
and subject to change.
Right.
Thank you very much. TJ, this 1.15 DSCR, I think that's on,
ratio?
I think
Yep.
that's on 16?
Yeah, hold on, yes. Hold on. Sorry, it's giving me a hard time now.
No, here it is on 15.
Our
Okay.
coverage.
So we're required to get loans 1.15. That's our number we have to have. So you're 26% higher. Why do you have to be 26% higher? Can't you just be 10% higher? Why do you got to be 26% higher?
At the moment, this is real, that our current, the way the draft budget is today for the new year coming up, we have debt service requirements of the almost 7 million. And then we have a projected net operating income based on the conservative projections of revenues. We have it at 5.6. So it looks like great news. So that's reality. That's how we rank right now on debt service coverage ratio. As long as you're 1 or better financially, that's a good sign. DEP wants you to be 1.15. Banks would want you to be 1.2 minimum. So, or 1.5, some banks.
1.25.
So I say all that because right now, that is what is going into the budget as proposed for your debt service on the bottom, your denominator, and then your numerator on top is what we are conservatively setting up. So that's why I said earlier, your buffer, if if we were to say, let's not and I'll use the increase that's being discussed. Let's not do that. Okay, that will reduce to the point where we're not confident we can meet the 1.15. We only have a little over a $500,000 buffer that would take us, if we took out a little over 500,000 from revenue, that would lower that 1.54 back down below the 1.15.
And TJ, if I could add to that, so the number is healthier, and it's also because we haven't decided how we're going to finance the State Route 50 project. So if there's debt service associated with that that's anticipated to be incurred in '27, that gives us a buffer to accommodate that, possibly. So we're not trying to overshoot intentionally, we're trying to provide some flexibility so that if new debt does need to be incurred.
Well, yeah, our debt
Yeah.
does go up in '28. We've got the Sampe construction loan gets its first payment in '28. So we know we want to hold that cash being ready for the '28
The
budget.
study accounts for everything through '28.
Under 2023, 24 conditions, yes.
Yeah,
It
and
accounts for everything already, so it's already in there. So I
We
don't
also have a
like the fact
$25
that you
million
put on the
backlog.
slide that we're required to have 1.15, but now you're saying, no, we really need 1.5 if we want to get a bank loan.
No, this is saying, this is right now, if the budget were to go as we're showing, we're budgeting 3.69 for debt. We think we're going to bring in 5.6 if we follow the ordinance. And so that gets us to a really healthy position of
It gives you,
1.54.
you got a 26% buffer.
Yeah, not a required 1.54. The required is 1.15. It's just we're showing you, we're doing okay this year.
You don't want to be the minimum, right? So
No,
going
no.
back to Vice Mayor's asking for
Yeah.
financial health metrics tied to the utilities, this would be one of a few of those metrics that demonstrated, above 1.15, you're doing well. 1.5, pretty decent. You don't want to go below the 1.15.
And to the
No,
Vice
Just
Mayor-
keep us on the same page,
So
everybody.
what is your basement number? What do you always want to be above? It's not the 1.15. You always want to be above that number. So what is it? Is it 1.25?
So, well, every year, we're going to have to look at what are the city's budgeted debt service requirements, and then we have to do this test of, is our projected revenue going to get us to 1.15 or better? Because if not, oh no, we have a problem.
Well, what I'm saying is you put a 26% buffer rate in here. Because you're working off this number, this 1.54. The number would still work if the number was 1.34.
We're not working toward the 154. We're telling you that's your metric, as the Vice Mayor mentioned, of sustainability is that we're exceeding 1, yay. We're exceeding 1.15 as state revolving fund requires. We're actually, for this proposed year, at 154. It's not something we're aspiring to. It's where we currently are if the budget goes through as proposed.
Okay.
A measurement in time.
And of that extra, I'm literally saying that great for '27, but we're already anticipating the increase in debt service for '28, suggesting hold on to your cash for this 1 year so that we are prepared for next year too.
Okay. Could you go back to slide number 17? Okay, so expenses. Right now, we have $5.8 million in expenses. Now, with this 26 actual, what month is that? That's April, right?
Right, 5 more months
Most of
to
that's
go.
posted through April, yeah.
Okay, so that's April. That 5.8 million tracks perfectly with the year before, in 2025. So you represented it is that we got, the budgeted expenses were X, and this is what the expenses are now, but this is in April of 2026. That was the same number in April of 2025. So we're on track with that number. Now, with revenues, you're saying the revenues were down. You got 5 more months of revenues through the high season of collecting, of billing water? Because in April of 2025, you were on a $1.2 million negative number. Right now in April, you're on a positive number, a 1.6 positive number. That's a $2.9 million shift. You're doing better. But you represented the numbers as not meeting the budgets, not meeting what we were supposed to get. you're far exceeding what you were supposed to get. You're far exceeding what you got in April. So I just want you to acknowledge that and use that going forward, that these are good numbers. These aren't bad numbers. These are good numbers. Because you're doing better than you did in April 2025. All right? Now,
Hand up. Excuse me, April, I think I disagree that the date of this coming out of Tyler is April. I think this is June 15 numbers.
So the numbers that are coming out of here, and again, this is not everything, right? Not every expense has hit. The numbers that are here were pulled as of yesterday, and what sits in Tyler right now, showing as already hit the books. You are correct, Mike.
Therefore, when you annualize it, April's correct, we're trending a little bit lower in revenue. So this is as of June 15th.
We don't budget on a month-to-month basis, right? We budget on an annual basis. I know, I see you already. I already see you. But so it is, and we are trending lower than what we were predicting to do at this time. I'm not saying that overall as the fund you're going to be.
well, this 5.8 number I know is from April. But you don't need to find it now, because what I'll do is I'll send Tim the papers I have with that. So with that 1.54, that means you need to collect more money. I think you need to collect less. And I don't think you would be not doing your duty if you moved it to 1.44 or 1.34. You're still putting a cushion in there from what is required to continue to get loans from the state. That's all I had to say with that. Do you need to have that $15 million building next to a plant, or can it be anywhere?
A building could be anywhere. It's just we own the property already, and it's at a strategic location that makes sense from an operational storm response standpoint.
Okay. Can we go up to slide 9? Let's see. I think 19 or 20. No, that's not the number I'm looking for. TJ, what slide was your wish list?
The unfunded priority list is 2 slides. And
The one where you had the $6.33 million on. Oh, you just passed it. Okay. Somewhere in here, the math is wrong.
okay, that's the State Road 50 project all by itself, right there.
Okay, the math is wrong in here, so just look at the math.
Okay.
When you add these numbers, it just doesn't come up.
I did the math, so what's wrong? We're asking for 5.1 and 27. That's only because part of the project needs to be done. Part of the project will be done in 28, that's all. Is that the discrepancy you're seeing?
Yeah.
Well, when you take the 6.33 and you minus the 1.07 that you think you're going to get back as a reimbursement, that leaves you 5.26 and not 5.1?
Okay, so I didn't account for the reimbursement under the budget request, so we still have to budget for the full amount of the 5.1.
You in the 5.1 million,
Yeah,
you did account for the 1.7 reimbursement.
no, I didn't.
Because the number's less.
No, I didn't.
You didn't? So how'd you come up with that number?
I didn't, the 5.1 is based on the actual cost for phase 1 and 2 of the project that occurs in FY '27. And so I didn't account, I'm just showing the total budget is 6.3, 4.3 is an obligation for existing infrastructure, and then 1.98 would be paid through impact fees. And then there's a 1.07 that would be reimbursed towards that 6.3. So I think the way I presented it is probably a little confusing.
I thought it was progressive.
Yeah, sorry. When you add up 4.3, 1.98, and 1.07, it's more than 6.3.
And although the biggest hit is in the FY '27 that we're talking about, there is going to have to be a line item to finish this project in FY '28 too.
Okay. TJ, last question. The money that we're collecting as surplus, can we use that money towards your wish list?
So yes, in fact, what you're supposed to do, running a utility business,
Okay.
is you're supposed to take your revenues, we budget based on projections. Then every month, we excruciate over, where are we really? Do we really have Are we online? Because we'll not spend the money on something if we think we're not hitting budget. So the listing is by priority the most critical. And I started off the two-page list saying the building is a little different because we're going to approach you differently. Everything else literally are deficiencies that we should have already done that we've never been able to afford. So yes, I'm wishing for it, but it's pragmatic request too that if we don't have sufficient revenues, we have to just take these things off of the funded list. If we put it in the budget and the revenues aren't there, what's the first thing to go off the list? And that's how we have to treat this. If the money's not there, we can't spend it.
Based on the study, we should have $5 million of that extra money. So you could sit there and take 2.5 million of these projects off with money that we already have in the bank from that extra money.
The only thing that I would like all of us to keep in mind, as I say this over and over, you have to meet your debt service requirements per budget year, and you have to maintain that reserve, and whatever's left over, that's what you put into your operations fund. And then it's a policy decision. Do you want to keep more cash on hand? You can do that. We'll just have to take some things out of the budget.
But we shouldn't be taking loans from this. We should be using that extra cash that we're generating.
That's preferred.
Would be prudent.
Yeah, we got into such bad shape 3 years ago. If we had not taken out a small $2 million loan, we weren't able to afford to change out pumps and motors at that time.
Okay, but when you bring up the debt service, it's all in the rate. All the debt service is in the actual rates. We don't need any extra. It's projected all the way out to 2028. In 2029, we don't know yet. That's why your study is going 10 more years.
So what this is showing here, this is a backlog of what we think is a 5-year CIP. But these have been in the books for 5 years. So we had a 5-year CIP for these projects that were never fundable. There's too much of a backlog. And so we've looked at how we can financially, be in a position for the city to borrow the main obligations, which are the major projects we've talked about. And then the hope is that when the budget is reaching a more healthy, sustainable level with revenues and based on the rate increases, is that we can start to do capital on a cash flow basis. And so this list of priorities, it's not a wish list. These are things that are needed, and they're at risk of either failure or impact to service. So an example of that are lift stations. We've had a list of high priority lift stations to rehabilitate. And we do have a healthier budget this year with R&R and R&M line items within the current proposed budget, which is great. And the first time Ben can do more of that rehabilitation to chew at this backlog a little bit. But so we're always prioritizing that. And we don't do a full rehab of a lift station. Ideally, we rehab it all at once. We've been doing bits and pieces. So it's been a bit of a Band-Aid approach. And getting to that more sustainable level of funding will allow the city to then have a little bit more flexibility in how you guys chew through the backlog here.
Well, right now, if you take the building out, by 2028, you'll have money to pay for all this.
No.
Yes.
You go to slide 12, that might
still
help
got 20
the
million.
conversation.
Still got 24 million backlog.
Oh, yeah, there's 2 slides to that one.
Here's another way of looking at it. So your reserve capacity, you want to have at least 3.7 million. So if you're looking at fiscal year 26, close to 8 million minus that 3.7, that's your delta, really, that you have to work with as a policy decision if you want to keep that as additional reserves or if you want to do that to cash flow projects or pay down the debt.
So,
Hold on, that
go back to
5
that
million,
slide again. Go
the
back
5
to that
million is
slide.
not available right now. That's unaccounted for expenses
Yeah.
that get to be paid.
Yeah, no,
That doesn't mean it's a 5 million surplus.
It's a projection. It's a project. All this
Right.
is projections.
Yes.
So go back to the slide where you projected it. Okay, so this 7.9 is a projection.
No, that's cash on hand now.
Right, and that was based on collecting the surplus for 2 years. You have 2 more years past that to 28.
Right.
So if you just double it, just to do simple math, that's 15 million. So
No,
you
no,
ha-
it's not.
No.
It's not. You're carrying 2.9, so take that out of the equation. That leaves 5 to pay existing obligations. We just haven't, the expenses haven't been paid yet. So you take it in cash and you haven't paid expenses at the same interval. Those expenses are still being incurred per our contract, per construction projects, et cetera. So that 5 million is going to be eaten up, and we're going to try to maintain 3.6 into the next fiscal year. That's your 20% reserve.
This is the surplus.
No, it's not. It's cash on hand. It's different. You haven't ended the fiscal year yet, so you still have expenses to be paid out of that 7.9. As revenue's coming in, you have more revenue this year, but those are obligated already currently in the budget. Less the 20%, which is the 3.5 million.
If you go back and look at the table from the study, how much money total in aggregate are you going to collect in surplus money from that study?
The study's the study. This is actual.
I'm telling you from the study. So now you're telling me the study
So
says
the study-
you're
the
gonna
study
get
shows a
$15 million
retained-
of actual surplus money. Surplus means it wasn't allocated for anything yet.
Right, and that's your 20% reserve. That stays the same. You carry that over once you build it, unless you deplete it.
No, well, hold on a sec. You keep moving things, you keep moving the goalposts around on us
I'm not.
here. The study said that we're going to have $15 million of surplus money after
no, it doesn't.
everything is paid for, after the debt is paid for, after all the expenses are paid for. That's what the chart says.
What you're confusing is you look at the surplus each year and you're adding them together. The cash flow model, which is baked into the rate model, shows that your cash flow, your surplus each year, you end your balance sheet with that amount of money each year, but then you carry it to the next, and then you use the additional revenue. You can't add up the surplus of every year. That's not surplus unless you just constantly generate that much each year and put it in the bank. We don't have that in reserves. So that's
The study says that
that's
we're
to
gonna
maintain
generate
a
that
surplus.
much. The study says we're generating that much. Okay? So you haven't been
not-
authorized to use any of that money yet. So if you haven't been authorized to use any of the money from 2025 and you haven't come up with the money from 2026 yet, the money hasn't been spent. The money should not have been spent because it's surplus.
You're misinterpreting surplus. It's not every year you generate surplus. You maintain a surplus. Once you get to that, you keep that there. You don't generate that every year. A revenue fund is intended to pay for things that are needed as you go. That you generate a 20% surplus in order to maintain that 20%. Once you have it, it
I think it's
stays.
table 16.1. In 16.1, it shows surplus every single year, additional to what you had before.
That's your ending balance. Surplus is your ending balance sheet at the end of each year. It's how you finish the year. It doesn't add every single year together.
It's not cumulative. It's not.
It's not cumulative.
It is. It's 100% accumulable.
It's not.
And here's why.
Do you have the study on your
I
computer?
do. I have it on my computer. What I'm saying is that's your ending balance of cash available to maintain that 20% reserve. So you finish the year, but then you move into the next year and you keep using that money. And at the end of the year, you balance out again to hopefully be another 20%. It's just showing your change in your reserve every year. Your change in surplus is just a change in reserve at the end of your balance every year. That's it.
I disagree with you 100%. You have a budget
Well,
number,
let's-
you have to work in that budget number. Any number you make over that budget is a surplus, and they have to be added together until we authorize you to use it for something.
It's not there.
We can move on.
This,
Offline conversation with the council member, and we could include some staff and even Raftels to go into that.
You can continue, I'm done.
And we have Raftellus working on this very thing that they can present as well.
And I think
That's
that's
at the
what we
core of
need
the
to wait
project,
on,
yeah.
because it tells us what's going to happen over the next 10 years. And you're going to have ups and downs. And I go back to my old pig and a python. You know, we got a ton of expense and not enough people, you know, to fill that, that new plant. You know, you have to have 50% of that plant, or the new, how many people was that, 8,000? What is it? 6,000? So you have to have 3,000 new ERUs just to break even, and then you start, so at some point, we've got to have not only the reserve for that, but also, I'm going to ask a pointed question, do we fund depreciation? Do we actually fund and reserve an amount for all these lift stations, all this stuff that keeps going and it hits, instead of, I mean, really, we're no different than the people before us who didn't fund depreciation and left it hanging for somebody else. So I would ask that we start funding depreciation so that we don't end up and we get a more stabilized thing. And secondly, I want to thank you all so much for justifying my meeting this afternoon on monthly reporting and quarterly reporting, because it would make it so much easier if we would do this by the quarter, you know, a month after the close, and the month, all this stuff about whether it was June or April or May, it would all be done and your jobs would be so much easier. That's just my opinion. But
And to that, I will say, we can get there so much more easily on the enterprise fund of giving you closer to real-time reporting than the general fund requirements. Here, once we post revenues for a month and post expenses, we might be a 30-day lag, but we're at least able to show you.
Well, you can do it like your checkbook. You know what expenses are coming in, and
Right.
it's not an audited thing.
Right.
So next is Raftellus. I'm worried about Raftellus. We have a tremendous change in the paradigm of this community based on no property taxes coming up. Because now a house becomes a liability instead of a revenue. A rooftop doesn't generate taxes anymore, you know. Starting this year, we lose 3. The following year is
About 3.5 and then 6.2 million almost.
At a 16. And then on the bottom thing that we've got to put in, the command was to get rid of them all property tax. The legislature has to come up with that within the next 2 years. So what I'm saying is, in the past paradigm, it was let's get rooftops because they generate taxes. Now it's we don't want rooftops because it generates debt. Does that make sense? We still have to serve them. So Raftellus, and so where does that go? It goes to commercial, which we can still charge, and it goes to commercial would be apartments. Now I'm saying apartments because I have always said, I don't know if I've talked to you about it, but I have talked to other people like Dan and stuff over a couple glasses of wine. Why in the heck do we only take $7,000 in impact fees on an apartment? I mean, they got to flush their toilet the same amount of time. Our expenses by gallon out in the wastewater treatment plant for $119 million. Why do we give that break of a half, especially since we're going to move towards more workforce housing down on 27 and commercial? Why would we give them only $7,000 where everybody else? Trilogy has 2-bedroom houses. They have to pay 13. If they got a 2-bedroom apartment, they pay 7. That's lost revenue, in my opinion, and I'd really like to get an answer on why we're doing that, especially since the paradigm has changed. And I'd like Raftellus to really think about what reserve we have to have for commercial. We don't have, I mean, we got commercial being held up, right? Right?
Well, yes, and with
So-
the big issue is, it doesn't matter if you're residential or commercial, if you come in to develop, is there capacity?
Well, I'm going to ask them, I don't know if, because this is one more of my stupid questions, but why can't we in the concurrency plan put so much commercial per so many houses?
We've contemplated that for the comp plan as a policy to reserve enough capacity for commercial, non-residential uses.
Go to every city that has no debt, whether it's Lake Mary or Mineola, they had the commercial to support the whole thing. And we've got to change our whole paradigm there. And I think Raftellus has to put that in their whole scheme.
On that note, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, so Raftellus is doing the rate study update, looking at the user fees and impact fees for water and wastewater. They're also closing out our impact fee study for all the other various impact fees. So we're bringing both of those to you in August. And they're going to get into the size thresholds for multifamily versus residential, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, et cetera, how many people live in each unit, and how that math is done in terms of what the impact is.
I just am very uneasy because, like with commercial 5% cap and stuff, the more we're all talking about how we're going to raise more money, the more our legislators are talking about how to cap that off.
Yeah.
And it will be a date like December 31st of 2026. If it's not in, then you can't do it anymore, you know, and there's a lot of that going on. So I just am very, very leery about not getting this right and not making these changes. We can always be heroes and roll it back later, but I don't want to be caught. I don't think the council wants to be caught in a situation that we can't get out of. Also, I would ask the city manager, I would like to attend with the council, if possible, and not everybody has to be there, but a little symposium on capacity. With this new paradigm, I want to understand capacity. If we mirror the Sampe plant, that's more capacity. If we're at 65% up, and you've heard this argument before, you know I'm coming right back around. What is our capacity today? Because we can share between the two plants, we mirror that one. And I would like to understand, now that it's been determined that the state has determined that the Sunshine Plant isn't in a flood danger, why we're not looking at expanding that, because you've already had the infrastructure that you so eloquently talked about. And why aren't we looking at expanding the Sunshine Plant instead of building a whole new one in order to help us on that road? Because then down the road, I'm just thinking about, we need more and more people utilizing so that we can get rid of this pig in the python thing, you know. But I will say I'm a big proponent of package plants, you know, that become lift stations down the road. But I won't go down that road. You guys have beat me up enough on that. All right. The $2 million that came out of the Sampe plant that we had said that the $20 million, I'm sorry, I understated that. The $20 million grant that we were expecting to use for Sampe plant came out, right?
That was for the northern plant. That was anticipated we could build it, use the money for the new plant.
Oh, so that's not the Sampe construction?
Sampe's got a different 18 million in grants that
Okay.
are good.
Okay. How much, I'd really like to look at the Woodard and Curran whole budget, what we use on Woodard and Curran, because I want a true figure.
Yes, sir.
I've seen so many, and that's everything that we do with Woodard and Curran, because I'd really like to not be talking the wrong number. And some of the numbers I saw today weren't, doesn't seem like the number I have may be correct. Is there a savings, Mr. Director, a savings on meter reading and things with automatic meters? Is there a labor saving when you have your automatic meters going in on all these people running around, you know, with a radio? And how is it, if you nod your head yes, how is that impacting the budget?
It's really being played into the Woodard and Curran contract amount. We're not having to add additional staff at the same pace, because one of the things we will not need is all this extra meter reading. Once we've got real time, we just need a limited amount of staff to go and check the ones that didn't read, and we've got a couple different ways we're able to do it. But it really helps free up existing staff to do all the other things to maintain a level of service instead of being out reading meters for 2 or 3 days.
So can I extrapolate out of that, part of these 3 people that you're asking for is going to come out of that
Comes out of
savings?
the contract. Yeah,
It's coming-
it keeps, instead of 6 people, it's helping us maintain only 3 new ones.
And do we have within that contract the ability to have our people start taking over small areas like that when they become very easy for us to do rather than paying an outside group?
We can address the contract however the city directs us to go. It would have to be mutually agreed to and to make administrative sense, but yeah, we're already anticipating a potential phasing of more in-house resources to lessen the outsourced dependency.
Within the Woodard and Curran contract, do they have any responsibility for mascot and us getting money from them? Does it go out beyond our utility district? They're paying $7 million. Do you guys have to do anything over in
The
mascot?
border at Groveland Farms Road and the border along Villa City Road, everything west is mascot's collection system for them to maintain. Once it crosses over, it just goes straight to the plant. They operate the plant.
So the answer is no.
The answer is no.
Yeah, you just tell me no and I'm fine. Okay. Is there an upcharge on, in the contract on employees, or is it a dollar for dollar? Are you having trouble hearing me? Is it a dollar for dollar? Like sometimes when you have a contract, you have a parent company that has a certain payroll, but because it's, I worked in companies like that, there was a certain upcharge for the employees to take care of payroll and all that other stuff that's not in. Do you have an upcharge that you add onto those?
Our
fully loaded?
overhead is, so we have our straight, you got your salary, you got your benefits, and then there is a 10% overhead.
What percent on that?
10.
10, okay. Does the concurrency plan line up with this? I mean, in the concurrency plan, I saw that we were like 30,000 people by, was it 2030 and 35 by 2035? And if I extrapolate that back by the number of units to get 30,000 right now, and we're at 26, does that line up all the way in 48,000 by the end? Because 48,000 people is just about, what, 8,000 more ERUs? Help me out, because it's 3.01.
About 2.8 people per ERU.
I'm just asking.
Rich is really the gate. We talk here in
2.71.
concurrency. Concurrency could be applied to utilities, transportation, and solid waste, even parks. At the end of the day, because transportation concurrency is really not legally enforceable in the state of Florida, parks is really quick math in terms of how many acres of park space you're going to have or open space per 1,000 residents. Utilities, at the end of the day, end up being really the core of our whole concurrency plan. And then Rich has a very detailed approach, not only looking at population projections through Beaver, but he also looks at our actual entitlements that are on the ground, whether they're just zoned or if they've been pre-platted or platted and currently developed. So he has a very detailed spreadsheet, and if you're looking at a concurrency capacity conversation / presentation with the council soon, I'm sure Rich would be itching his way toward the podium to provide that to you.
Well, just to circle back, not to take up
It's TJ's spreadsheet that I help with. It's the city's.
Just to circle back where I'm coming from, again, it comes to this symposium or whatever we're going to do. To get to our 2048 projection is 8,000 more ERUs. How many more ERUs is this new plant over here? And
If
you're
we build-
projecting
yeah.
6,000 more with the new Phyllis City one. I mean, I mean, to me, it's, why are we doing all this and it's not even going to be needed until, as we ramp up to 2048? And what is those on the concurrency plan? When does that really need to be initiated, right? Because we're saying we're not going to have any more than 500 a year, houses a year. So when does that really have to be so we can get more in this reserve that we're talking about and dwindle, not dwindle down our excess cash, but not take out so much of a loan? And then what does that Villa City plant really need to be? Now we're talking, it doesn't handle Villa City, the new development all along. That's going to be a big builder issue.
Yeah.
But that's for what's going on now. And I want to be really clear with us that, that what I've been saying, and I hope I'm not wrong, is the rate increase has taken care of the plant we already had that was deficient. It wasn't new. It wasn't new construction. It was to remodel and retake on what was deficient. Is that a correct statement? Then the new plant out there is going to be should be where the impact fees come.
That would be paid by the impact fees for new capacity.
Yeah, now, saying that, I understand that 40% of the people of our population today came in the last 4 years, according to what I'm reading, but still, that was the old plant, right? That had to be.
And with Sampe, we did split it, 55-45. The old plant on our existing customers was 55% of the project. The other 45 is to help, like Cypress Reserve and New Growth come in, pay their impact fees. And I will say, Mayor, concurrency, it's because of our concurrency requirements, both statutory and our own policies, that's driving why staff is telling you we need to get started on design of the new plant, because Groveland has annexed, has given future land use designations, has not only zoned, but in some cases with Bright Hill, you've approved them. So now you've got new customers coming in, and based on what's already approved, not future development like Villa City, but Bright Hill, Rainwood, and some of the things happening, we're going to hit capacity under current projections around 2031. So we've got just enough time to design and build a new facility and not hit a critical issue.
I mean, that's part of the symposium. I'd like to get into that because we have 8,500 homes now, and we're being taken care of,
Yeah.
right? So if you double that.
Right.
Okay.
We're essentially, Mr. Mayor, dusting off the last presentation we gave to P&Z just a couple weeks ago or so, or a few weeks ago, I believe, on concurrency.
Yeah, I think so. So we have provided that information, and so I guess just to recap real quick, the existing plants, Sampe and Sunshine, they are committed through development agreements and development orders. That capacity is fully committed. So there's no available capacity left on paper. Now, those still have to build, and that's going to occur over the next 5 years. We anticipate that we're going to reach 90% capacity at both plants in the next 4 to 5 years, and it takes 5 years to build a new plant to then provide capacity for anybody thereafter. So you can't approve any new capacity right now until you have a plan for a plant, and that's why we're suggesting.
So our next plant is needed in 2028, 2033?
If we can get it designed in 2 years, we can get it built within the next 2 to 3 years after that.
We'll do that in a symposium. I don't want to take up a lot here because you've got some real convincing for me. And I know we are in trouble with what's been improved because we have, now it's down to 20,000 houses times 3, so that's 60,000. That's far beyond what we say our 2048 is done, but that's
Right.
where the concurrency plan comes in and we got to stick to it, right? I mean, and I believe what you're saying, and it's a genius, that's the smartest thing you've said all day, is that we need to take a look at our land use plan where we've taken agriculture and switched it to multi-unit development, and it's still zoned agriculture, but it's on our land use map as multi-unit development, and see how we can get that off and keep it what it's zoned.
This would be great transfer of development right, or conversion of development right opportunities.
Or make them start paying more because it ain't agriculture. They're taking credit from the bank on multifamily use property while they're paying agricultural taxes. I just want to say that. Does the concurrent deferred payment recognized? Okay, I think you covered that. Mr. Jaycox covered quite a bit. Okay. I'm not seeing, and I'm a big fan now. I'm a big fan since we went to Altamont. I'm not seeing a lot of incorporation of AI and investment in how to become more efficient. To me, that's something that needs to be put in right now. And God bless those guys down the street, but they've already got all that stuff approved through the state, which was a big hurdle. And I would much like to see some of these on this wish list. Some of these go to more efficiencies, and we're not talking about efficiencies on kicking people out, but efficiencies in service, right? And how we can do service like meter reading. I mean, if it's all coming in, you can do that.
What everybody knows what preventive maintenance is, preventative. What we've talked about that we continue to work toward and been successful is predictive maintenance. And that's something AI can definitely continue to help us with. So just want the council know we're already thinking that direction.
Well, if I could add to that, so that the quote-unquote wish list I like to refer to as a backlog because they are real needs. These aren't just things that make it nicer. It's essential needs that are deferred. And so we're putting things at risk by deferring that. But there's also opportunity to gain efficiency with projects like improved SCADA and technology for communications and tracking of information and data. We can't see real-time data on operations at a lot of the different pump stations and other facilities integrated into a smart model. So we do have projects in there that are planned to address asset management, smart technology. So those SCADA includes additional technology upgrades with dashboard displays. And so it is maybe a bit of a wish list, but some of that smart technology, we'd like to get there, but we don't even have communications with some of the lift stations now. And the ones that we do have, we need to do upgrades at 43 of them because they're antiquated equipment. And they fail, they don't report properly. So we have to then do manual downloads. And so we're trying to get through the critical list, and then we'd like to, at the same time, we do need to try to be smarter about everything too. The one thing we have done on the operational side of things, and this has been an internal initiative with Woodard and Kern, is we have a Power BI dashboard that we've inventoried every asset of each of the major facilities. And Ben, this is something that you've been working on with our team. So we do have a critical score risk for each asset down to the valve and fitting at each of the facilities. So when Ben looks at his operational needs and the capital projects that come out of the repair and maintenance and repair and replacement fund to justify that, he has an immediate list already of those fittings, valves, and parts and pieces and pumps and everything else that is constantly being monitored. So we've had age, condition, and then we apply a risk score. So that's something we haven't really presented to the council. I think that's really on the O&M side where we've tried to be more predictive in managing the risk of failure.
I think you're right on target, and that's why we have to have a commitment that we're going that way.
Yeah.
If we don't commit to it and what we're going to do, we can't put all these things in. I mean, that's the cart before the horse, and that should be talked about right now. We've got new plant going in over here. We've got, what's going in, and will it fit in that model? With bringing AI in to be more accurate, more efficient, and you're just echoing what we heard in Altamont about opening valves,
And with
closing
that,
valves,
there
all
is,
that.
we need to manage cybersecurity risk. So there are lots of things that are on the horizon that we are looking at, yeah.
Okay, and I know you're partnering up with Altamont, right, to follow up on that?
At the hotline to their utilities director.
Mr. Mayor, just to kind of surmise there, so a couple funding opportunities, maybe on the expense side I'll look at with the team, or one is for R&D for AI efficiencies. The other is a sinking fund that we talked about earlier in the meeting for some of the aging infrastructure. We'll come back to you with
Well, I think
those.
that's where the surplus comes in. If we identify that,
Right.
then the less questions come up about what the heck are you doing? That, and again, on the model, when we build that plant, how many years before we get to where we break even? And we've got to fund that somehow, because, it just can't start out full, and you have to be half full, right? So, is the project manager that you're putting in a replacement for Brenda?
Capital projects manager that we've hired did replace Brenda's original role. She had CRA added to her responsibilities. Those were split back up. So Frank's your CRA manager. We now have woman, Ines Llanos, that is a capital projects manager with an engineering background.
So we took two people to replace one? Is that what we're saying?
I think we took two jobs and gave it to one person.
Yeah, we had maybe 3 jobs at one point, actually, and then they rolled into one. We took that one and we split it back into 2. So you do have a proper CRA/economic development manager, because that person needs to spend more time on recruiting businesses and creating more revenue for us. The other position is really focused on all the capital improvements with TJ. 50%, I think, allocated to utilities, 50% allocated to public works, non-utilities.
Did we recover the bills that we gave grace to during COVID? Did we recover those? You said that we had a lot of people, and I saw, that's for another day, that our assets went from 18 million down to 445,000, and that, remember that chart you did for us? That we lost all that money in that time. Was that because we didn't recover money, or what?
It's a hard one for me to speak to. We didn't have a rate structure to be supportive to begin with. I know what previous finance had to deal with. That's one I can't really speak to.
Can we look into that? You remember that chart? We had the 2020 and then the 2021. Before we had 2021, you might have remembered 2022 on assets, and it went up. Do you remember that chart? And then you got me the 2020, and it was 18 million. It went down to 445,000.
Equally, I'll have to look back at that, yeah.
And what happened to that $17 million? Because maybe that's part of it. Maybe we just didn't recover the money that people owed us. You mentioned that earlier, that all the funding for building and everything came out of the general fund. Before you came along, it was all general fund.
Well, there was general fund being transferred into the utilities fund, which is the opposite of what you're supposed to do.
It covered the
That's what I'm
deficit,
getting,
yeah.
based on where we're going, and this is the enterprise, could we get him to pay back some of that money?
I'm trying.
We've explored that in
Just
the
for your
past, so
surplus.
we could certainly go over that with our new interim city attorney.
And no joke, Mayor, we are already looking at, of any of the positions in the city, what can we justify possibly the enterprise fund covering just to take some of this pressure off of any changes to general fund revenues?
That's going to be, an ongoing conversation really over the course of this next year with the property tax impact. You have the utility fund, you have the building fund, CRA. So how could we better leverage those funds to fill in some of those gaps? Fire assessment.
I don't know who I address here, but Rathskeller is a bar over in Germany.
Rick Geller.
No, Rathskeller. It's a bar in Germany.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
I got pictures of it. But Rathskeller, can we have them do a minimum and a maximum on this?
Yeah,
You know,
talked
I've always
about
done a min and a
ranges.
max because I'm worried about impact fee. I'm worried about the whole nature of what is going to happen with, over the next 3 years with build-outs and communities and things. And we need to probably have a minimum and a maximum so we can all look at that and see, you know, what that comes out.
Yes, the concept of ranges they've committed to.
Right. Well, I think, oh, is your building just for emergency equipment? Isn't that your equipment storage building? The emergency building you're talking
There would
about?
be a hardened aspect of the building where we could store and stage, but really the building is for your administration, operations staff for utilities, and your technology, servers and.
Okay, I mean, I would just caution that that's over by Sampe, right?
Yes.
It is.
Maybe
How many
there's
do we have
something
for
coming
grant
there.
funding for that $15 million?
That's what we're working on now, is how much can we qualify for? Because we're trying to reduce the burden of having to borrow money and seeing what opportunities we can create. But it's considered an existing need by the state at the moment because we're literally in a manufactured building, a couple of them.
I'll get with TJ to look at opportunities. If we could, in fact, leverage that with, I think I know where you're going with City Hall and facility expansion.
What is the effect on density? Pig in the python we talked about. Okay, we'll go around one more time. You got any follow-up?
I really like the idea of keeping track of depreciation so that we can fund things in the future. That was great. And I would love to hear more about capacity because sometimes TJ says things like Sampe's over 100%, which to me means there's sewage spilling out in places. So that's what I pictured in my head every time you say that. So, yeah, just.
No spills, no spills.
Yeah, like, just splashing everywhere. I don't know. So, yeah, a little update on that would be great. Other than that, I'm good.
And quick answer, Sampe was actually designed for 1.5, but DEP will only permit to a point, so you always have that buffer. And thank God we have a buffer.
Yeah, you got a 50, basically a 1.5% safety buffer.
Okay, Madam Vice President, Madam
Vice President, you always
Chair.
give her
I've
like
done
an
that- I've
upgrade
done that
every
in
time,
months.
for years now.
Years. I would just like to see all of the figures brought into alignment. I think that it is a disservice to the council who has to make decisions, and we're making them on coulda, woulda, shoulda. So I think that the figures need to be maybe with notes. This is projected. This is unaudited. I believe that there should be a legend at the bottom, which I have asked before for when it comes to legends when it relates to the budget, because we're going to sit here. Today could have been a day that we would make decisions, but we would be making them on woulda, coulda, shoulda. And I'd like to see them brought into alignment with explanations.
Was there a slide that said that there was X amount of meter connections at 1 year and then a Y amount on the next year?
Yeah, it was about new accounts created, that we went from 11,000 to 12,000 in a year's time of accounts.
Okay, so if we have a moratorium on only doing 500 houses a year, how do we get to 1,000?
Well, that's the funny part, is that's why I said you've got permits, you've got COs, and you've got accounts being opened. And we track all three because you've got lags between when each of those steps happen.
I think it went from 11.5 to 12.5 or something like that.
Thereabouts, yeah.
So when you're talking about people, it's not really about people, it's about connections. We got 12,500 connections in sewer and water, so.
We have somebody reading them, and now there's a towers going up, right? Where all that goes to a tower and is downloaded. So right now they go around, as I remember, I think you explained it to me with something, and go like this, and there's about 300 that don't come across, and then they got to go back out, and about 200 of those they get, and 100 we've got to just charge last month's thing to or something, but it's all kind of very labor intensive, and I just,
Well,
if they're not
I
having to
agree
go
with you.
out, not only is it the people, but it's the capital that supports them, because we buy the trucks, right?
Yep.
We supply the
Fuel,
capital.
Yep.
And that's, that gets to, can be quite a savings. And if what I hear, from the people you're going to talk to is right, all that can be run through AI, and they could give you the report and send it to the bill. I mean,
Auto-generate, you're using too much.
and therein is why I'm saying, can we take that back when we get this right, rather than
Well,
having.
one of the things that Ben and I were talking about the last couple of days too was when you look at the backlog, the things that can be done by our operations staff are not being done because they're not available. So if we're not doing manual reads anymore, or a lot of water shutoffs and then turning them back on, we're reducing overtime. So when we look at how the system grows, we can then manage more growth without managing or having to add a lot of additional staff. We'll have to continue to do that. But a good example would be like hydrant replacement, Ben. Hydrant replacement.
Correct.
So hydrant replacement is now being outsourced because our team doesn't have time to do it in-house, so it costs twice as much. So in the past, we were doing hydrant replacement because we had availability, and we had availability to do a work order to replace a hydrant. So now that's double the cost when you outsource it, and so we've had to scale back on our hydrant replacement program. We're not meeting the level of service for replacement of hydrants, and now that's the type of activity that the operations team could then take on if they had more available time.
No, I didn't want to hear that. We're hiring you, and you're hiring somebody else to do. Is that
It
what
comes
we're
out your
saying?
capital plan expenditure,
Yeah.
otherwise we'd have.
Not what we want to
Twice
do.
the expense.
I agree.
So, did you get to talk?
I'm done.
You get to talk?
The last thing I wanted to know is, could we have the city manager tell us any state requirements on the use of AI?
Yeah, but I would really like to get these guys back to Altamont, because there are tremendous restrictions, but Altamont has worked through it, and they are state approved, and they have an innovation center which we could join and tap into that. Seminole County, Sanford, there's a lot of other communities, even down to pulling all the communities' purchasing together. So it all goes to one place, and if we need asphalt, it's combined with everybody else. There's a lot of things. And at 4:30 in the afternoon on Friday, when somebody needs their water turned back on, you can turn it back on remotely, right? I mean, so
That's a huge investment to have auto meters. You
it's
would
a
have to replace
huge investment.
Huge investment, because you would have to replace every single meter in the city for that.
No different than the meters. You do it over time. You go
We
to
did, yeah.
we go to the biggest offenders first, and then change them out. But all of it has to be justified. They've done a good job of justifying it. I mean, 40% savings. I mean, it's got to be justified somehow. So I would definitely take a look at that. And I would just want to echo the mayor's, the vice mayor's. I think we need to come to an agreement on what the template looks like and what's in the template on these conversations, because I would really, it's just me. I would like to have seen, like you did last year, the year before, full year before, compared to this one and compared to the budget, because we only have 61% of the year, or now I guess we're at a little bit more than that, probably 75% of the year if it came out in June. But that gives us, this is what happened, this is where we are now, and that's what they're projecting, because I don't think, I don't think that the summer is the biggest use of water. I think we just went through the biggest use of water, the drought period during, from.
Usually May.
Yeah, going through, but if we have that, we can say, over time, we can look at it and say, well, May matches up to May, June matches up to June, we're still going to be behind or not, but it just gives us some historical comfort that we're limiting our risk. But you did such a good job on that last year for the budget, remember that, you know? Mr. City Manager?
Mr. Mayor, if we can, I would like for April to go over the budget calendar with everyone, just so we're clear on dates and times and topics of each budget workshop. Again, we're trying to do our best to accommodate you and the public to fit this into an already busy schedule when it comes to our regular scheduled city council meetings, our workshops, neighborhood huddles, et cetera. So we want to be clear about the dates. There is a goal that we have, and I hope you all share this with us. We would love to go into September with everybody being on the same page in terms of what the budget is that we have consensus on for all of our various funds, general funds, CRA, utilities, building, et cetera. There is a nuance per state statute where we receive our certified values July 1st from the county. That's really across the board throughout the state. We have between 65 to 80 days, so we have a very short window there in terms of measuring from July 1st when we have to have that first public hearing. That essentially requires us to have our first meeting. I think September 4th was the date that we looked at yesterday. September 3rd, I think, was April. September 4th, our city attorney said. But we cannot hold our public hearing until that day. Let's look at that as a formality with the goal of going into that meeting, everybody being on the same page in terms of what those budgets are going to look like. So those last two public hearings are very clean, very simple, very standard. That's really our goal for this budget season. And again, a couple things that we didn't go over last time. We didn't go over utilities last year. We just checked that box. Still some more work to be done, obviously. CIP, capital improvements, big topic we didn't discuss last year. We're going into that along with CRA in the next budget workshop. But let me shut up for a minute. April, do you want to do the whole schedule and we'll go from there?
All right, so what you've got up on your screen here, so these are the meetings. So we're going to look at July right now, what's kind of proposed, and I'm going to just cover budget stuff because I don't think we need to cover the other stuff, the meeting stuff. So right now we have the 16th of July is scheduled to do the CRA budget workshop. So that's with the CRA board, and then we're going to turn around right after that and do the city council budget workshop for the capital improvement plans on the same day, on the 16th. Originally, right now, they had proposed, we're requesting that the 23rd, so a week later, is the city council workshop for general fund at 10 a.m. And then immediately following that is our maximum, to set our tentative maximum millage rate at 12:30. Then going into August, that then leaves us, so when we do that, that covers us for all of those funds, right? It kind of covers those things. It leaves us the August 25th workshop to cover little special revenue funds like building or other things like that, cemeteries for the 25th. And then looking with those requirements per Florida statute, per the TRIM schedule with DOR. The first hearing, we had originally proposed September the 8th, but that is in conflict with the Lake County Board of County Commissioners, and unfortunately, they get first stab at it. So we have to change ours. So we're now proposing the 16th and the 21st as our two meetings in September for the final adoption of, so we'll adopt our millage rate and then also adopt our budget for 27.
So my goal for the group would be that August 25th meeting is we'll go over those other miscellaneous funds as April mentioned, but I'd like to give everyone a recap for all the various funds, what those budgets look like, so we could have one last time to talk about it, to see if there's any changes that need to be made between August 25th and that September 16th first reading.
So we'll discuss the final product on the 25th of August.
Essentially.
And then we'll say that's what's going to come back before for approval. So stay within the statutes, okay?
Correct.
I'm just really queasy about the 21st. You know, if something happens, we get backed up against the wall. Why do they get first stab at it? They're not coming here. None of our commissioners come here.
That is the DOR requirement. That
Oh,
is the
really?
requirement. That is Department of Revenue's requirement with the TRIM process. So it's both school board and Lake County, Board of County Commissioner, well, any county, but Lake County for us. Lake County Board of County Commissioner, they get first. If it's conflicting, we have to change. The municipalities have to change.
I think theoretically, because if you live in a city, you pay both city and county taxes. So if you want to attend, you don't want to get in a situation where you could only pick one of them.
Is there a timing difference? Like one that meets at 1 and one meets at,
They meet in the evening.
do they?
For that
They meet in the
particular one.
evening.
Okay.
Normally, they meet in the mornings, but not for this.
No, they meet, it has to be after 5:05.
We could double check.
So the requirements for the times is that the meeting has to be after 5:05 for a budget meeting. Has to be after 5:05, or after 5 o'clock, starting at 5:05, which is why we do that, which is the same requirement for the counties, which means that we cannot, and like Mr. Maslow said,
That's
it's,
too bad. I mean, we
want to
need to
attend
check
both.
into that, Tim, because that really is prejudicial against people like chefs that work at night, you know? They can't come to the meeting. You know, if we had one in the afternoon and one in the evening, it would be, for budgets, it would be much more.
We'll double check
work
that,
on
but
that.
yeah,
We'll work on
statutes are
that.
difficult to work around.
I can certainly send an email to the Department of Revenue, to the TRIM, and ask them to say, here is this, and get a response back.
Let's run it through our legislative group, because they have much more, when it goes to them, to Cody, to the governor, and back down, we got much more success than asking them just one thing, you know? When we go right to those groups, it's automatic no. You know, so and they're much more malleable because they've taken our whole business model and turned it upside down right now with this. Okay, Travis, it's a very good job today, your input. And thank you for being here, and a great job.
And here we did place under just a little background about what we're doing to maintain the water system, flushing, just to give you a little background.
Well, that's a sidebar that I want to have with Woodard Current. Water quality is not a luxury, it's mandatory. And I've taken some executives over down to a restaurant here that this tastes like it's full of chlorine, and I'm told it's just because it's too close to one of the plants down there and all that. We have to make a concerted effort with your surplus to make sure that we have quality water. I mean, this last thing was a blow up. It's a wake-up call. We can't have it again. We've got to figure it out. People, and we can say all we want, that it's okay, it's healthy, but I'm not going to let my grandkids take a bath in brown water, you know? I mean, it's just like that.
We understand.
Thank you all. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Go to the